right at the tree line and went on foot. We walked a pretty long distance, I would say at least 20 minutes, before we finally found the fence, and it was halfway lying down due to a lot of overgrowth limbs, things like that had fallen onto it, about 20 feet on the other side. The woods actually opened up to more farmland. To the right, you could actually see the end of the fence. And then again, that edge of the fence opened up to more farmland. These woods were much older. You could tell these trees were very old. They were 4 or 5 feet wide. Very tall, huge canopy. The woods were a little bit brighter here. But we decided that we were going to walk to our left and see if we could find the other end of this fence. We walked for a very long ways, probably 30 minutes, and of course, we were having to make our way around fallen tree limbs. And fallen trees, you know, a lot of overgrowth thorny bushes, which really got in our way, so we had to walk around. The farther we went, the darker the woods got, and we both started to get this eerie feeling. And at one point, we talked about turning back, but we were like, no, let's just do it. Let's find it. Let's see how far across this goes, how big the property is, then we'll head back. Eventually, we found the end of it. If you live out in the country, you know that it's very loud. There's always some sort of animal insects. Trees whined. There's always some sort of noise. But the only thing we could even hear was the crunching of leaves under our footsteps. This was really eerie, so as soon as we saw it, we decided to head back. So we were walking at a left angle, so we could try to make it out. The same way we had come in, so we could get to the four-wheeler. We were about halfway back when to our right, there was a break in the trees. That opened up to a clearing. We got really excited about this, so we decided to go and investigate. The closer we got, we could tell that there was a structure sitting at the back of this clearing, completely covered in vines and brush. Once we got almost right up to it, there were little slivers of the building that you could see through the vines. We immediately could tell that this was a cabin. It was sitting at the back of this clearing, so we walked to the left and we found the front of it. It had 2 windows on the front. To the left corner was a window. The front door was right beside it. And then, the other window was almost directly in the center of the cabin. We decided to see if it was open. So we ripped all the vines down, and the door handle turned. But the door was stuck in the frame. So we had to use our shoulder and ram it a few times before it finally opened up. The first room that we were looking into was very narrow. It was a kitchen, and as soon as you walked in, there was a huge hole in the floor. It looked like someone had fallen through it. There was a window on the back wall. That had been broken. And there was a huge tree limb that was growing through it. There was a stove, a really old refrigerator and cabinets on the left wall, and then a small table with 2 chairs in the back corner. And then on this right wall, there was a door. And it was probably 2 to 3 feet after you walked in. Was this door, and when you opened it, it was a bedroom. Immediately to the left, there was another door which wouldn't open. When we were approaching the cabin, you could see a limb had fallen through the roof. We knew that this must have been where the roof had caved in at, not allowing us to open the door. So we assumed it was a bathroom because it was smaller. The room didn't have a lot in it. There was a bed in the left corner facing us. There was this really old, tattered, moth-eaten blanket hanging over the back window. In front of the bed, there was a really old, deep freeze that was really ugly. yellow color and rusted. And on top of the freezer were crates full of deer antlers and bones. In the right corner was a small dresser and just miscellaneous junk, just all over the room. We investigated, went to open the cabinets in the kitchen, and looked around. And we thought this is a really cool find. We were excited about finding this, but you could tell whoever had lived here have been very poor. So there wasn't really anything interesting. But we did talk about maybe cleaning it up, fixing the hole in the floor, making it a little clubhouse, making it a little clubhouse, making it a little... Please listen to the story. The Man in the Green Hat. A lifetime of haunting. Some people live in haunted houses. But what if the hauntings follow you everywhere? From sleep paralysis to ghostly whispers. Something has always been watching him. My name is Edwin, and here is Ted's true scary story. My name is Ted. I'm from Vietnam, and I came here when I was a teenager. I was 13. I'm from Orange County, California. It already started when I was in high school, in the early to mid-2000s. We lived in an apartment for low-income folks. And really the first time editing the I've experienced was one afternoon when, after I got home from school. Usually my parents will be at work. My siblings, they will be at school. So I will be home by myself for a couple of hours. In this apartment, once you walk in, you hit the living room first. And then on your left side, you see the kitchen window. And on the right side is a hallway to the bedroom. I came home and I heard water running in the kitchen. And I heard the opening and closing of the kitchen cupboard, thinking, maybe it's my mom. Sometimes she would come home early. I turned right into the hallway to go to the bedroom, just to take a nap after school. And I yelled out to my mom, who say, "Hey, can you wake me up in a couple hours?" And I heard her reply. It was a raspy female voice. "Okay, Con. Okay, my son in Vietnamese." Voice was raspy, so I thought, maybe she's sick and she must have a cough. And that's why she was raspy. And that's why she don't come home early from work. So I went to took a nap, and then about an hour later, I got a phone call, and it was my mom. So I answered it, and she said, "Hey, what did you want to eat?" Because she had to stay late at work, and she was not going to go to cook dinner. And I realized that whoever it was in the kitchen early was not my mom. That time right before sunset, when it's still light outside, but then inside your house is still dark. It was pitch black, and inside was an eerie silence. And I told my mom, "Please come home early," and I was like a teenager. But I was still a kid. I sat up in bed, and I was so afraid. I didn't want to move, because I didn't close the bedroom door. And now, I'm staring into the dark hallway, and the whole time thinking, who was that? Thankfully, my dad came home only 20 minutes later, and I asked everyone in the house, did anyone come home earlier? And no one said that they did. Just chalked it up to my imagination. But it left a nagging feeling that it was something more than that. About 6 months later, I just gotten back from a wrestling practice, and I was exhausted, so I dozed off to sleep, and usually I had a radio alarm clock next to me, and I was fall asleep listening to the radio. This time, I woke up suddenly and not knowing where I was. I woke up, but my eyes were still closed. I heard there's music playing from the radio, and I remember I left the radio on when I went to sleep. I realized I must be in bed, so I opened my eyes, and I could no longer hear the song, and I was staring at the ceiling, unable to move. So I yelled out, "Mama," I could only hear the sound in my head because my mouth wouldn't open. So I closed my eyes for a moment and I heard the song. The song was on radio, so I knew that I was in bed. And also I know I was awake, but I could not move, so I opened my eyes, looked at the ceiling, and I could not move, and I couldn't hear the song anymore. So I kept doing that. I don't know how long. It felt very long. I felt my arms and my legs moving finally. So I was like, yes, I'm finally awake, and I was sleeping on the edge of the bed. So I thought, if I turn over and I fell down, it hurts, but then I would wake up. So I try moving my arms and my legs over, and I turn over, and I felt my body falling, and I felt the thud as it hit the floor, and I felt the shock and the pain of it. I must be awake by now, so I opened my eyes, and I'm still back in bed looking at the ceiling. I tried again. I tried falling off the bed again, and it kept doing it, and I was stuck in a nightmare. But a few times, I finally woke up. When I woke up, I couldn't trust that I was really awake. I was sweating so much, and it was that cold sweat, and my shirt was damp with sweat, and my heart was racing. That was the first time that I truly felt afraid. Is fear being locked inside your own body? Shortly after that, I had my first vivid or lucid dream. In my dream, I was at home, but nobody else was there, and the layout of the apartment I was in the dream, it was the same layout, but the furniture was different. It was older, it was dustier. I walked out from my bedroom to the hallway, and there was a fallen mirror there, with a diagonal crack on it. I walked in front of it, and I saw the reflection of a little Caucasian boy with a bowl-cut blonde hair and blue eyes. I said to myself, this isn't real. I must be dreaming. I woke up, and it was the first time that I realized. I could tell that when I'm in a dream, or not. And it was one of those weird dreams. The next time I had another weird dream. I was floating around the apartment. This time the furniture in the room was in. In it, the house was also different than the previous dream. I was floating around. I wasn't walking. I went through the kitchen. I went through the sliding door in the kitchen to the backyard, and immediately I came face to face with a darker-skinned Hispanic and Native American man. No, he didn't look scary or anything, but he said, "What are you doing in my house?" And they're very confused with a very loud voice, like I could hear in my head. I was shocked, I could hear him, and I could see his face. And I woke up sweating again, and I was like, okay, maybe I was a spirit back in the day or something. It felt like that. Everything that has happened so far. It was all in my dreams. So I just thought again, and I wanted to have a very active imagination. It's just, silly dreams. And then a few months later, one night I was taking a shower, and then I felt someone watching me. So I cleaned the shambles from a face, and I looked out through the frosted bathroom. Sliding door. It was a male figure. He was in a light blue buttoned shirt and tan slacks, pulled up way past his belly, and a green hard hat. Very official looking. So I was like, oh, my God, someone is in the bathroom with me. So I slid open the frosted door. No one was there. I stood there for a moment. I'm saying I must have imagined the whole thing. I was so scared, I didn't even finish showering. I just rinsed off and dried up. And I ran out into my room that night. My dad told me that my paternal grandfather is dead. He passed away in Vietnam. At that time, I turned on Yahoo Messenger to communicate with the family in Vietnam, find out what happened, and then, a few days later, we watched the funeral procession on the internet. A few weeks later, we got a DVD from Vietnam, from the funeral, and we all watched it. And at the end of the video, there was a slideshow showing all the photos of my grandfather. During the slideshow, a picture popped up, and I had to pause the DVD because it was a picture of him in his youth. Volunteer uniform, light blue button shirt, tan slacks, and a green wide jungle hat. I couldn't believe it. My whole family is Catholic, but they do not believe in ghosts or demons or anything, because it's the house of God, and God wouldn't let any supernatural things happening. Just talking about it was not looked favorably upon. So I calculated what time that I saw that figure, and it was a few minutes after he passed in Vietnam. The following year, we moved to a different apartment. And the thing about Orange County, California is, it's home to the largest concentration of Vietnamese immigrants, and there have been a few generations that have been here before the 70s, before the end of the war. So we were excited to move to a new, more spacious 2-story apartment. At that time, I was going off to college, but I stayed home to save money. That's when the sleep paralysis escalated. I started seeing figures. I felt the bed move during the sleep paralysis episode. The stereotypical Pac-Man staring at me. They had women straddling me while I'm in the sleep paralysis and looking at me. One time, I was sleeping in the living room on the couch, and I had sleep paralysis, and I heard someone walking up the stairs. So it was a 2-story apartment. So it's a second story who had stairs going up. So I was, in the living room. I had sleep paralysis. And I heard someone moving up the stairs, slowly but intentionally walking, so you can hear them. The first step, dude, dude, dude. And a deep voicemail said, I'm coming to get you. And by this time, I'm used to it. So I knew how to wake myself out of sleep paralysis. I just used to shake my head really hard. And if I shake it really hard, I would wake up. I'm a very skeptical person. I like to think I'm rational. So I looked into it, and there was proposed theories on how or why sleep paralysis happens. It's the theta brainwaves, invading other type of brainwaves during sleep. And normally your body is paralyzed, so you don't act out your dreams. So sometimes you wake up and your mind is woken up, but your body hasn't woken up with it. So you're still paralyzed. And I rationalized it as it's just something that happened. It's a physiological phenomenon. It's not real. So I just kept on living my life. And with sleep paralysis, as you know, that is something common. And then one night, I was studying in the living room again. Well, early into the morning, around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps coming from the bedroom upstairs. Let's not tune abnormal. People in my family, they would come down for a glass of water. But this time, it was my teenage sister. She had a dazed look on her face. She was staring in a distance as she was walking through the living room, as she walked into the kitchen. So I thought maybe she's sleepwalking. And it's the first time I've seen someone sleepwalking. So I pay attention. I didn't want to wake her, because I read all the lore that you're not supposed to wake a person that's sleepwalking. You just guide them back to bed. So she walked to the kitchen, and she walked to the kitchen window, She opened imaginary door. She looked up and down, and then she closed the door. And she turned around and went back to bed. So a few weeks later, I found out, incidentally, from the landlord that the tenant before last, they had a brown fridge next to the kitchen window. The pictures he took before they moved out. Because before people move out back then, they just came in and took pictures to see if there's any damage. He dug it up, he showed me. And there was a fridge, exactly where my sister was, pretending to open the door. And I couldn't believe it, because it was exactly where she was at, in front of the kitchen window. But again, I wasn't allowed to talk about any of this in my house. So I explained it away as a coincidence. I just brushed it off. It's early morning. I went down to the kitchen again to get water. As I turned a corner into the kitchen, I saw someone sitting there in the dark, at the kitchen table, and the figure looked like my dad. I was like, "Hey, Dad, what are you doing awake?" He didn't answer me. "Oh yeah, I got some water," went back up, and the door to my parents' bedroom was open. I was drinking water, and I looked in, and I saw my parents sleeping in there, so I stopped. I turned on the light, and I ran downstairs. Of course, there was nobody there. Another late-night study, and I was laying on the sofa with a laptop on my chest, after an hour in that position. And my back was hurting a little bit, so I set up to put my laptop on the coffee table, and just before I put it down, the table slipped like a good foot away from me. And the coffee table it was not too heavy, but it was heavy. I just held a laptop in my hands, and I was like, I froze. I'm trying to process what happened. In California, earthquakes aren't that uncommon. So I explained it away as an earthquake, But I knew that it was an earthquake. The whole apartment, everything would be shaken and moved. And not just one coffee table. So now I'm 2 years into college. We welcome into addition to our house. My baby sister was born. She was the joy of our lives. And I love taking care of her and spending time with her. When she was 2, I was taking care of her one morning. And we were alone in the 2-story apartment. And after giving her a bath and I put clothes on her, I was going to take her downstairs to get something to eat. And I had turned a corner. And I was a couple of steps down the stairs, and she was about to go with me. When she's turned back to look at the bedroom hallway, and she said, "Hey, look, there's a lady there." So I just grabbed her and I just booked it downstairs. Again, I played it out as her imagination. And I didn't want to acknowledge it. Shortly thereafter, we had a roommate. He was a son of a family friend. So he came in to study, so we gave him a place to stay. He shared a bedroom with me. Now, the whole time, there was always something going on in the room that I slept in. Things like feeling being watched, waking up feeling someone sitting in the bed, with a depression in the mattress, and especially the door opening on its own. So outside of this bedroom is a bedroom hallway, and there was a loose piece of floorboard right outside of it. So if you walk slowly, you would hear the creak of the floorboard. At around 3 or 4 a.m., almost every single night, I would hear the floorboard creaking. And again, I just explained this as someone in my family, just probably waking up to get some water. But the door kept opening by itself around 3 or 4 a.m. every night. Because I would just wake up with the door open, even though I remember closing the door before I go to sleep. I asked everyone if they opened the door to check on us during the night, and nobody said they did. I tried to rule out any physical explanation. We closed the window, so there's no draft that was pulling the door open from outside. We changed the locks, we changed the door. Then we changed the hole in the door frame, where the locking mechanism goes in. So basically, we changed the whole thing. Sort of changing the frame cause. You know, it was a rented apartment, but the door kept opening. And so one night, we were up in bed. He was in his bed, I was in my bed. We were each on our laptop. And then we heard the door handle turning. We looked to see who's checking on us, but the door creaked open, and the door had no turnback. There was nobody there. The door was in this place, and you had to turn the handle and push to open it. Finally, I got up and I closed the door and I locked it. Then I was convinced that there was no explanation for a lot of stuff. That was happening. The first EVP that we captured, my roommate was an amateur rapper. He would write and record a song. It was like a whole thing in the late 2000s. One afternoon I came back from class, and I saw him laying in his bed with his headphones on, editing his songs. This time he was staring at his laptop, and his face was like flushed, like he was like red, and he looked shocked. So he told me to come here, put your headphone on, and listen to this. So he had his audio playback open, and I saw the different spikes of his voice on the audiogram. Before those specks of his voice, there was one single spike. So he played it. The voice of an older man in Vietnamese rang land, which is keep going. And he was visibly scared. And I didn't know what EVP was so surreal at that time. So I put a recorder in my room later and went to school. I made sure that all the doors were closed. All the window was closed. There was no one at home during the day. That people either went to work, or went to school. So I got home that day and I listened to the playback. 4 hours of static nothing. I'm in the middle of doing math. I heard an older lady laughing. I guess from her age, she was a middle-aged lady. Again, I tried to rationalize it right. Maybe it was the sound from outside. But I checked with the neighbors. At that time, there was nobody around anyway. Went to school and went to work. It was weird, so I didn't try to record anything else. One night, I woke up in the middle of sleep, and I knew I was having sleep paralysis. I was laying on my side and was looking at my roommate. I said I couldn't see his face, because there was a pale white legs in front of it, belonging to a girl, and she wasn't my sister, because her legs and thighs were not as thin as my sister's. I put white legs and it turned around. It started to bend down. I closed my eyes, because I knew whoever it was bent down to look at me. I pretended to be asleep, but I could feel the eyes looking at me. And I woke up, and I saw my roommate laying on his side, looking at me, and I could tell that he saw her too, because he was scared. But he just turned away towards his wall and went back to sleep. Eventually, he found a place on his own and he moved out. I moved to the other bedroom with my little brother. On the wall, there was a heavy wooden cross, a good 10 pounds, and it was right where I slept. So it was right on top of my head. One night I was sleeping, and suddenly I heard someone yell in my left ear, "Tan." That's my Vietnamese name. I just jolted awake just as a reaction. I put my hands up. As I put my hands up, the cross fell into my hand. They pushed into my head. It hurt. I looked at my little brother, and he was sleeping. So if someone was really there, it would have hurt him. It was really loud, either in my ears or in my head. I was confused. There was a little bit of adrenaline too, because I woke up and something fell in my head. I put a cross on the table and put a pillow over my head and went back to sleep and try not to think about what happened. In Ikibindokus, we, the whole family, went back to Vietnam to visit our relatives. For the first time. It's been like almost 10 years now. They always had a little vacation. I went to the Buddhist temple, where my grandfather's ashes were kept. It was in this little room, where all the other ashes were stored, with a picture of decased in front of it. There was a little ceremony, and it was very solemn atmosphere. And even though I was not a Buddhist, I put my hand together, and I listened as everyone else prayed. I was in the first row, and then suddenly I felt numb, like I was in sleep paralysis. But then while I was awake, I was unable to move, and I felt I was trapped in my own mind and in my own body. My eyes became blurry, and I saw a figure in the tan slacks and the blue shirt and the green hat again. He was standing where my grandfather was standing, and I couldn't see his face, but I saw his outline. I was shocked and emotional. I snapped out of it. I couldn't see him anymore. I turned over to my uncle that was standing next to me, and I said, "Hey, I see Grandpa." And he just nodded. It was more natural to accept the paranormal in Buddhism. At that time, I felt relieved, glad that I saw my grandfather one last time. So I thought at the time. We stayed in Vietnam for a few more days. It's customary to have a shrine in the house, honoring the ancestors. So basically, you have a place where, with all the pictures of your ancestors, and people would come visit and reminisce about the family members. The shrine was on the 4th floor. It was a party. I was eating and drinking. I was drunk. I went upstairs to go lay down. I fell asleep with one of my uncle and aunt next to me. And 30 minutes or so after I went to sleep, I sat up. I looked at my uncle and my aunt with distant eyes. I stroked my imaginary beard, and I said, "Is Tam's family visiting?" Time is my dad's name, and I continue to say things that I couldn't have known about. Other family members, they called my dad up. I was talking to him as if I'm his grandfather. My dad is forever Catholic. But he went upstairs to the altar, and he lit an incense offering for the ancestors. Shortly after that, I fell back to sleep. My great-grandfather had a long beard, and I bear a resemblance to him. Even the mole on my face is the same mole that he had. That trip I had to go back to the US earlier. Classes was going to start. I got back by myself. I was tired, and it was a different time zone, and I couldn't sleep. So I put on an exercise activity in the living room. I did an hour of cardio, and then I caught up with an hour of yoga. And at the end of the yoga session, there was a little meditation. So I closed my eyes, and the voice from the deity chanted in the And I didn't hide the volume up because, early in the morning, I didn't want to, disturb the neighbors. After a second on, I started to feel weightless and peaceful. And in the middle of the third, I felt a hot breath on my right ear, and I heard loud whispers of multiple voices. It lasted for maybe half a second, and when I opened my eyes and I saw no one around me, I was still like, a little disoriented from the meditation. I tried to recollect what just happened. Did I really hear whispers? So I called my friend. I told him I'm going to sleep over at his house. You know I've seen enough scary movies. It's a bad idea. The other person that believed was my little sister. The one that was sleepwalking. She came home one night. Besides, she's the one in college now. She was parked in the car and she was outside. And she saw my dad washing dishes through the window on the second floor. And she came up and she asked him, "Hey, was your sister here?" My aunt. And he said, "No. It's late and she's probably at home." You know, why would she be here? And she told him that. "I saw you washing dishes by the window." And there was an older woman with white hair and a bun. Standing behind you, he became defensive. And I told her to stop watching scary movies and imagining things. Eventually, I moved out of the apartment, so I would come back sometimes to have a sleepover. One night, I went to sleep in the room where the crash fell. This room belongs to my little sister now. My sister's closed laptop was in the room. She was away on a school trip. I closed the door, I locked it. I didn't want anything funny to happen. I went to sleep. Suddenly, I was jolted awake. Loud music was playing. I turned on the light and the laptop was open. YouTube was on, and I told myself it was impossible. First of all, the laptop was closed, even if I was sleepwalking. I didn't know her password to log in. Whoever it was, want to play a prank with me? Or wants to know that, hey, welcome back. Eventually we moved out. I found out that it was not the apartment. It was me. So I moved on to professional school in another country. But my first day there, I was so tired. I just crashed on the bed. I didn't care if the bed was dirty or not. I just crashed. I was so exhausted. I opened my eyes to another sleep paralysis episode. I couldn't move. And I heard the door creaking open. It was an Asian woman. She was wearing those Chinese flowery pajamas, and she was young with a bowl-cut hair. She floated around my luggage. She went around it. Then she straddled me to put her legs on top of me. And she looked at me. We were having a staring contest. Her face was pale white. She didn't look evil. She was more like mischievous. She smiled at me. I smiled at her. I blinked twice. She blinked twice. Then she just cocked her head back and I could hear her laugh in my head. Then she got off me, and then I closed my eyes. The next morning, I told my flatmates what happened, and surprisingly, they were supportive. And they offered to switch rooms with me. And then I dug up the history of the town we lived in. And sure enough, there was a sizable Chinese immigrant population there. So, a year went on, I was in graduate school. One night I dozed off after studying for 14 hours. And you know, if you're in graduate school, you're studying full-time for 12, 16 hours a day. I remember it was a Thursday night when I went to sleep. And on Friday at around 2 a.m., I woke up with an uneasy feeling. And I opened my eyes, and I saw a pair of skinny girl legs, and asked myself, oh my God, it's the same strip reality episode. And I looked up to see who it was. I realized if I could look up, I'm not having sleep paralysis, I'm awake. And I looked up, and it was my classmate Macy. And she whispered Ted. And like a pillar of smoke, she just withered away. I sat right up because I could not believe. I just hallucinated someone in my class. So I went out for a drink of water to calm my nerves. I came back in to go to sleep, and there was a heaviness in the room, like the room was under high pressure. It was suffocating. So I turned on the fan and I opened the balcony door. I felt the same heaviness in the room. I just got up to the living room to study, and by 9, I was exhausted because I would have been up 28 hours already. My cell phone rang and it was my other friend. Jenny told me that her roommate, Macy, passed away in her sleep. Macy passed at around 1 a.m., and I saw her at 2. I can still see her in my head. A couple weeks later, I had another lucid dream. I was driving a bus with all of my extended family in the back. So I parked the bus at a roadside shack, and I told everyone, hey, wait here. I went to check out the location of this shack right. I stepped off the bus into the muddy ground. I felt the cold, dirty mud splash above my legs. I was wearing shorts for some reason, so I walked into the building. Behind the shack, there was a courtyard, and there was a couple rows of benches, and a few old Asian men were sitting there. I recognized the old man in the tan slacks, and the green hat. It was my grandfather. I also recognized my great-grandfather, the old man with the long beard, and in front of them there was like a shimmering, clear, invisible wall of force fields, like it was shimmering. So I walked close to this barrier, and I pushed on it, and I felt the sting in my hand like a needle jab. But at the same time as I pushed on it, I felt it pulling me in, and I asked my grandfather that, hey, what are you doing here? You're dead. Hatches laughed, and the rest of them laughed too. Slowly, the benches with them started retreating back into the distance. I woke up from this dream, and I was crying, and I realized that that was my grandfather saying goodbye, and I haven't seen my grandfather since. After that, I got married. We moved into a house, and we had a son. My 2-year-old toddler slept over at my mom's place, and he said he wouldn't go downstairs because great-grandfather was there. As for sure, I haven't told him about anything like that. I haven't told him about his grandfather or great-grandfather. Around this time, he started having an imaginary friend, like all toddlers do, but they would only play at 3 or 4 in the morning. That worried my wife a little bit because, he needed to go to sleep. So one time at 7 p.m., and I was washing dishes in the kitchen. I heard feet running, and it was okay. My little partner. Why is he awake? Out of the hallway into the kitchen, a Caucasian white boy with bowl-cut hair and blue eyes. You remember this boy from the mirror. He ran out of the bedroom into the wall, and then my little toddler came out after him. I took a moment to collect myself and wanted to see what happened. The activities continued. At this time, we had another baby, 2 boys. I was holding a baby in the living room, and putting him to sleep, I was holding him. I was sitting in my chair in the living room, and the house was dark. There was a light that came through the window, probably from a passing car or so. In the living room, there's this liquor cabinet. The light shone into the liquor cabinet. I saw a phantom little dress that belonged to me, like a little girl or something. It was flowing in front of the cabinet. Because it was a glass liquor cabinet, not only did I see the dress in front of the cabinet, I saw the reflection of it in the cabinet too. I didn't do anything, because I didn't want to wake the baby. That's the time that I thought to myself, is this another haunted house? Because I grew up in 2 haunted apartments, and it was the first time I started to think, maybe it's not the apartment, maybe it's me. One time, I fell asleep and someone yelled out my name again. It was a younger female voice. It scared me out of my mind because it was loud. It was the loudest voice in my head I've ever heard. I asked my wife, did she call my name? She said no and just went back to sleep. I didn't know what any of this meant. I am a laboratory scientist. I work in a hospital. One night I was at work and I was in the pathology room. The hospital morgue is also in this room. I was cutting a piece of tissue for testing. I was concentrating on my work. Behind me was a cupboard. Suddenly, a few plastic fly holders and clamps came flying out of the cabinet, across the room and hit the other side. It hit the wall. It didn't fall, it flew out of there. Violently flew out of there. But no, I was in the middle of cutting. I was in the sterile field. So I couldn't leave, so I just said out loud, "You know I'm working here. Leave me alone." I finished up as quickly as I could, and I ran out of there. One night I have a checklist in my head of what I needed to do. So I'm totally in the zone going on to the next task. I opened the refrigerator with the glass door to retrieve a unit of blood. I got it, and I swung the door closed. In the reflection in the corner of the room, there was a shadow figure. It is solid black, wearing black scrubs, sitting on the counter in the corner behind me, crossing his arms and looking down. His whole body was black. I didn't process what I saw until a couple seconds later. I turned around, and there was no one in there. I was the only person there. I just dropped everything. I just ran outside. I tell my coworker what just happened. Before this, I would just see the phantom lab coat swinging in my career for vision, or occasionally I heard the disembodied voices or someone calling my name. But this is the first time that I saw the shadow figure. Usually when I do something tedious, I would have my headphones on. I would listen to music or podcast. I took my headphone out, went to the bathroom. I put it on the keyboard. I came back to the bathroom and I looked for my headphones. It wasn't there, and I looked all over. I turned the keyboard upside down. I looked in the drawer. I looked on the floor. Did I drop it? I asked my other coworker in the room if she was playing with me, and she hid my headphone. She said no, she was in her corner, so she went out, and I just spoke out loud. I said, "Hey, can you not mess with me? I'm at work," and returned my headphone. I got out of the room, so both of us went out. I went to get some water too. 3 minutes later, I came back and the headphones was on the keyboard, exactly where I left it. And remember, I turned the keyboard upside down to look for it. I've had this recurring dream where I was in the Vietnamese countryside. I was in one of the villages, in the kitchen. It was not a modern kitchen that we used to. It was a shack kitchen. There's a kitchen in the shack, basically. And it was a wood fire in the kitchen. I would dream I would help out with the cooking, stoking the fire, butchering the meat. And I remember reaching into the crevice. On the side of the stove, I can still see it. It was a darkened, half-burnt piece of wood with a fault crack at a handle. So at the handle, there's a crack, just to move the firewood around. And we wake up and not think too much about it. It's just another recurring dream. So it went to one of my trips back to Vietnam. That's one time we went to an ancestral home of a distant branch of my family. It was in the countryside, and it was a bit of a drive outside the city. It's a big property. I got to the kitchen, and it was the same shack kitchen. I had a surreal moment. I just stopped there, and I looked around. It was the exact same layout. The shelf was exactly the same. I felt a little lightheaded, and my arms and legs were weak, 'cause could not believe that I saw this in my dream. Dejero is when you had a feeling that you've done this before, but I knew exactly what this was. I know the kitchen. I went to the stove. I bent down, I stuck my hand in the crevice. I pulled out the same half-burnt stick with a fork, crack at the handle. This was not a coincidence. I didn't share this with the rest of the family for no. Nobody believed. Another dream I had. My routine was, I would jog in the morning. One time, I woke up to find one of my uncles standing next to me and put his hand on my chest and tell me to stay home. No, I don't need to run today. He looked just like my uncle, but the only difference, he had a thick mustache. It didn't make sense if he was living in Vietnam. Why would he be here in the US with me? I called and I talked to my aunt's uncle in Vietnam. I found out that my uncle was the youngest in the family. My grandma had a miscarriage after having him, and it was a boy. My aunt told me that it could have been him. The uncle that my grandma had had a miscarriage, and then a few months later, someone in my neighborhood was taking her dogs out for a jog. She was run over by a car whose driver ran a stop sign. I wanted to make the connection, but the timing of the day was off. I drop in the morning. This accident happened in the afternoon. Later, I realized that if I was destined to get run over that morning, but stay in bed instead, then maybe no one else had to take my place, and there would be no accident at all. But yeah, that's conjecture. I dreamed about a family of 4, playing on the side of a house. It was a Caucasian family. There was a green convertible. Personal driving, it was one of those old car AGTO, and they were writing their initials in the year. In the wet concrete on the side of the house. I didn't see what they were writing, but I know that's what they were doing. What else would you write in concrete? And it was a recurring dream. I didn't pay much attention to it, because it's just a dream. Sometime later in real life, we were looking to buy a house, and the housing market in 21 was very bad. Then one afternoon, after putting our names down at 2 different houses, with very low hope, we went back home. And on the way, we had passed by this house with an open house sign, and I told my wife, you know what? Let's just go in, let's try our luck. Went into the house, and I went out by myself. And I got to the side of the house, and just like when I was in that kitchen, I stopped. I was shaking. There it is, the green convertible, GTO. I walked to the side of the garage, and I saw the initials and the year in concrete. All of a sudden, it's like a rush of intensity. I felt everything. I felt the happiness. I felt the nostalgia. I felt a laughter. I felt a shiver. Despite all the emotion that the property has experienced, it shared some of that with me. So the realtor revealed that the owners retired and wanted to move to the United States and needed to sell his house. Usually you need to outbid the other buyer. The price would just go up. However, the realtor told me that she was just instructed by the owner, just before we showed up, to settle for $20,000 over the asking price. So that's what we did. We offered $20,000 above asking price, and we got the house. The house has been good, and I haven't had any paranormal experience here. My wife asked me, "Hey, have you seen anything unusual?" And I said, "No, this is a good house." The last thing is, all the haunts that happen while we go on vacation, there's been 2 that are significant. so we went to Indianapolis to attend a cousin's wedding. And it was a large group of us. We booked a large multi-room house. And the first thing I noticed when I put up was, this is a very nice Victorian house. Oh, but it looks very nice historic. It was in the historic part of Indianapolis. So one night I went to sleep pretty late, and I was tired from a day of driving and attending events. My wife was in the bathroom getting ready to sleep. I closed my eyes, and the light was on in the room. It was bright white light, and I felt the room getting darker through my closed eyelids. So I figured my wife get out of the bathroom, and she turned off the light. When I opened my eyes, and what seemed like a second later, the room had a flickering yellow hue, as if the room was lit by candle lights. Standing at the foot of the bed was an older, white man in colonial attire. He had a saber or a sword by his side. I looked over to my right, and there was an older, white woman with salt and pepper hair, in a white nightgown. The older woman was looking into the distance, but the police officer was looking straight at me. I was scared. I pushed myself to sit up, and as soon as I sat up, the older woman turned to look at me. I realized I am awake. I'm wide awake. This is not a sleep paralysis. I closed my eyes. I didn't want to look at them. I saw myself standing on the sidewalk at an intersection. I looked up and saw the signs for the cross street. Pennsylvania and 22nd. A sedan was speeding in its cross intersection, but it hit a pedestrian. The pedestrian's face zoomed into mine, and I saw her face. It was an older black woman with short, buzz-cut hair, and then a name appeared in my head. Wendy. That's when I opened my eyes and I yelled out help. My wife came out of the bathroom, and she asked what happened. I told her what I've seen, and she said, "Let's just go to sleep." I was very unnerved by what I saw. It was 2 apparitions and a memory or something of someone getting run over. So in the morning, I looked on the map, and Pennsylvania. 22nd is 1 street over of where we stay. We stay on the 21st in Pennsylvania. I rationalized that. I must have seen Pennsylvania and 22nd on the map while I was driving, and I must have incorporated that location into what I saw. But I had no explanation for the colonial officer and the woman. I had no explanation for the name Wendy. I Googled car accident in Wendy and that location, but nothing came up. I couldn't explain it. A couple nights later, I sat in the kitchen to talk to one of the uncles. It was early in the morning, again 2, 3 in the morning, and I sat on the table across from him. Behind his head on the wall was an oval vanity mirror. It was angled downward where I sat. I could see his reflection and mine. We were in the middle of a conversation, and I looked up in the mirror, and there was a dark, shadow figure moving on the wall behind me. It stopped, waved its right hand, and continued moving out of view. I turned around right away, and of course there was nothing there. I didn't tell anyone until we got home, and I told my wife. The last thing that happened was in Chicago, Illinois. I visited Chicago in 22 to attend for graduation for my master's degree, though we stayed at a hotel near the university. When we put up in a taxi, the hotel did not look exactly like what I expected. It was a thin and long building, and of course it's in historic Chicago, so we went out to the floor that we were in. I was talking to my wife about what we're going to do tomorrow, so I didn't really pay attention to the interiors. Of the elevator, we got off the elevator, and I looked for the signs to the room. But the first thing I noticed was how wide the hallway was. Usually, the hotel hallways is barely enough to fit 2 people, but this hallway was a good 8-foot distance, and it reminded me of one location. It looks like a hospital hallway. I told my wife, "Hey, honey, this looks like a hospital hallway," and she's like, "Yeah, it does. It's weirdly very wide." We passed a door frame on the way to the room, and it reminded me of the safety double doors that the hospitals would have. We made it to a room, and we went to sleep. It was late. I was fast asleep when I heard the alarms. In my head or in my ears, I'm still not sure. In the background, I heard people talking, yelling. I woke up to this noise. I opened my eyes then, and the monitor alarm was gone. But the background talking noise, it echoed for like a good second before it disappeared. In the morning, I told my wife, hey, I rationalized to my wife that the air vent must have carried the voices of people talking in the other rooms, and I must have gotten woken up by then. We got up, we went to breakfast in the lobby, so we got in the elevator to go down. This time I was fresh. I was awake. I read the poster that was on the elevator. So this hotel used to be the Cook County Hospital. It's one of the first hospitals established in Chicago. It's a Civil War hospital. They had the first medical internship. And I'm a blood bank and transfusion specialist. And Cook County is the first hospital with the first institutional blood bank in the whole world. I read about it, but I never looked up what the hospital looked like. The wide hallway, the monitor alarm, the people speaking. It made sense then that I would hear it. I didn't feel scared. I felt emotional as a fanboy, basically, because I was in a historic location. I had to have a moment with myself to realize internally that it's not all these places. It's probably me. Growing up with passive family, where we don't talk about these things, it's hard for me to come to that realization. I tried to rationalize and disprove as much as I could, but I would accept the things I could not. With paranormal activities, you'll only get it if it happens to you. Auditory apparitions, they're fine as long as they don't make a noise. It's the ones that talk to you that's extra scary. Because the second sense of hearing is more of a confirmation that this is real. This is happening. When you have 2 or more senses confirming that it's happening, it's no longer something subconscious. It's real. It's conscious. Just a side note here. Our storyteller today mentioned Wendell, a missing link in his story. He had no idea how it was connected to anything. Well, it turns out our editor and sound designer, Sarah Voorhees Wendell, got us scared today when she heard it. Was it just a coincidence? If you have a true story that you want to share, head on over to TrueScaryStory.com and fill out the form. And if you're following the show, we'll get to hear another story next week. Anyway, thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story Farmhouse Nightmares. Some memories never fade. She was just a child when it happened, alone in the dark, unable to move. She heard it, and she knew she was not alone. My name is Edwin, and here is Liz's true scary story. My name is Liz. This situation happened 1976. I was 8, my older sister was 10. Back then, my parents divorced, so we had to go into the foster care system. The night that we left, we had to go to what they call an emergency shelter. Home. We grew up in the city. So here we are driving like maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, and it's all farmland. It was dark. You've got one house. Another house you won't see it for another couple miles. That's where Mr. and Mrs. Moore lived. They lived in a farmhouse. Looked very scary the night we got there, of course. But as the days and weeks and months went by, we actually really enjoyed ourselves there during the day. It was nice because they had horses and they had chickens, and we played outside. Every night Mrs. Moore would say goodnight to us, and then she would close her bedroom door and, she would go to her room. At the time that this happened, it was myself, my sister, a young girl, and her brother. The three of us girls shared a big bedroom, and the young boy was in another room. So it's a 2-story farmhouse, and you go up the steps. Straight ahead was her room. So you open the door, and to the right is where the young girl would sleep. Then, to the left would be my bed to the left, and my sister's bed on the right, with a window in the middle against that wall. That night, I don't know why I felt just unease. I couldn't sleep. And when I think about it now, I think, did I sense something? My head is turned to the right with my left ear exposed, meaning I didn't have the sheets over my face or anything. I couldn't sleep, but I had my eyes closed. And then, all of a sudden, I see the shadow, but look to be of a man come in the room, come straight and then turn left, coming either to my sister's side or my side. I can see that, but yet my eyes are closed, and I know I was not sleeping. I couldn't scream, I couldn't cry, I couldn't do anything, I couldn't move, I was frozen, but I could just see it coming. It started to hover down over me. Now this shadow was darker than dark. Like I said, there was a window. The moon was out and you still couldn't see the shadow. And he was tall, very tall. So he hovers over me and he starts to get closer and closer. And then he starts whistling in my left ear. And each time he whistled, I could feel him getting closer. And then he touched me. When he touched me, which felt cold, I woke up. It was like I was in this trance. And then I woke up and I started screaming. And I was crying. Mrs. Moore comes in, turns on the light, and she says, "What the devil's going on here?" I said, "There is a man here." He whistled in my ear and he touched me. "There is a man here." I just kept repeating it and repeating it. She thought it was nonsense. She didn't believe me. My sister and the other girl just kind of their eyes were kind of big, wow, you know what's going on? She said, "I'll go to bed. Enough of this nonsense." And she said, "And who opened the door?" And I said, "He did. He opened the door." Still, she didn't believe me. So she closed the door and she went back in her room. Of course, she turned off the light. And my sister says to me, "Liz," she says, "I believe you because I think it came to me first." I'm crying and I wiping the tears off my eyes. And I said, "Well, why didn't you say something?" And she said, "Well, I didn't think anybody was going to believe me." She tells me that she sees the shadow, and she, too, said it looked like a man, a very tall man. It's coming towards her, which is weird because I can see it coming towards me. And she said she was holding on to her sheets, and she wanted to cover her face because it was starting to hover down over her. She said it took everything she had to put the sheets over her head, over her face, and she said when she did that, what woke her up was me crying and screaming. I never saw it again, but other things have happened. It just was not the Shadow Man. My first encounter with what I may call the paranormal happened probably a year before my parents separated. I was home alone with my baby sister. My dad was working. My mom was working at night from time to time. She cleaned offices at night, and I remember her taking my older sister with her. Now, nowadays you're going, okay, wait. You know, she's like 7 years old. No one leaves her 7-year-old like that. But back then, in the 70s, anything happened. We were in this apartment. And just to kind of give you a visual, there was a living room. Then there was a small little dining. And right across from it was a kitchen. And then straight ahead, to the left was my parents' bedroom. Then down the hall was our bedroom. And the three of us shared it. That night, I'm sitting in the living room. The couch was on one side of the wall, and I was watching TV kind of like sideways. Sitting on that couch, and my sister was on the floor. She was playing. I think I might have had like a blanket on the carpet for her. I needed to get her a diaper. I got up, and I went straight down the hallway into our room, opened the door, and as soon as I opened the door, to the right of that room is our closet. And when I opened the door and turned on the light, that closet door was like shaking. It was like trembling like. And I'm looking at it, I'm scared. Of course you know. I'm 7 years old. I'm scared. And I quickly go straight to my sister's crib, grab a diaper, close the door, didn't turn off the light, nothing. I just closed the door and I ran back in the living room. Of course I'm starting to cry a little. I changed her diaper. And I'm sitting there, and I can recall watching the Sonny and Cher show. And I'm sitting there watching that, and trying not to think about what I just saw. Just praying that my mom would hurry up and come home. As I'm sitting on this couch, I'm on each side of the couch with one end. Table on one side and table on the other side. All of a sudden, to the right, on that table, and I looked at it like, what was that? Then, all of a sudden, to the left, the end table on the left side of the couch, it knocks again. And I'm like freaking out by then, knowing that something is wrong here. And all of a sudden, it starts knocking underneath the couch. I jumped off and I got on the floor, started tearing, but I don't think I was crying, like out loud, because I didn't want to scare my baby sister. When my mom finally comes home with my older sister, as soon as she opens the door, I run to her and I'm crying, and she's saying to me in Spanish. She says, "Mijita, ¿qué te pasa?" which is honey. What's wrong? I started telling her. The closet door in the bedroom was shaking. This table was knocking. And then it knocked again on this table. And then it knocked under the sofa. I guess because we're Hispanic. And we have that background of beliefs in the paranormal. And all these other things. And the thing she asks is how many knocks. And I'm looking at her, and I'm like, 3. 3 on this table, 3 on that table, and 3 under the couch. And then she proceeds to tell me, which now when you think about it, it's like, okay, why would you tell me that? Mom, at like 7 years old. And she said, well, that's the devil. Thinking back on that, with knowledge I have of some things, that's mocking the Holy Trinity. So you know when you're 7 years old You're not going to make up a story of 3 knocks each. And that was the first time that an encounter of, for me, I call it evil. I call it evil. I've had many evil encounters, but I've had other types of paranormal encounters. Just maybe not necessarily all bad. That one, though, was bad. The next story would be when we left Mr. and Mrs. Moore's house and found like a permanent foster home. We actually stayed the most with Mrs. Moore's best friend, Mrs. Clark. She was a widow. Her husband was the local pastor, who had passed away long time ago. We came to love her and her huge family. I mean, she had like 7 grandkids, grown kids, and she did open her home to other foster kids. Not just me and my sister. And my sister, again, is my older sister. My younger sister stayed with my mom. I think we may have had a 4th of July party. We had to walk down this road. Very dark road again. It's that same road, it's dark. It's farmland. And we were walking. Maybe there's about, maybe 10 of us. Towards what I call like a fork in the road. Because half of those kids lived on the other side of that road. And in this fork of the road is where our church was, our Baptist church. And there's a graveyard next to it. And these other kids that needed to go to the other side of the road, all they had to do was just kind of like walk in the grass of the church to go to the other side, so they did that. The rest of us stayed on our side. You know, we said our goodbyes. And then all of a sudden, someone said, "Look, what is that?" We all looked, and he was pointing at the sign where it has, like the church services. But it was a pretty big sign because it was there was still a lot of room for it. Just being like concrete. The sign did not cover all of that, but he was pointing at that. As soon as I looked and my sister looked, and I can only speak for the 2 of us, we saw this shadow, and the shadow got bigger. And then it opened up what I call like wings. What we saw, these 2 red eyes. We all screamed, and we just ran. The kids on the other side of the road were running to their house. We were running back to our house. We went home, and we told Mrs. Clark and everyone that was still there. Of course they didn't believe us, and I never saw it again. But I'd never walk at night there again either. What I think we saw may have been a Mothman. This was Pittsburgh, Maryland. The Mothman came out of West Virginia. And I'm not too far from West Virginia here. It is possible that this thing travels. And now, when I think about it, and I hear the story of Mothman, like the real stories, I think, well, maybe that is what I saw that night. Fast forward. I'm about 12 years old. We are back with my mom. So it's the 4 of us, my mom, my older sister, myself, and my younger sister. And we are living in a, townhouse. These were brand new townhouses. I don't know when this started, but I can tell you by the time I was 12 years old, I was trying to debunk anything that I've heard or seen or happened, or my sister says, "Hey, this happened," or my mom says something. I'm like, number. I refuse to believe this. I'm not going down that rabbit hole again. Until it happened to me. A few things that had happened, for example, to my mom. And I didn't know this until years later. In the townhouse, there's 2 floors. You walk in, there's a dining room. Then there's a kitchen, little hallway. Living room, you go up the steps. Turn right, and to the left, there's 2 bedrooms. To the right, there's a bigger bedroom. That was my mom's bedroom. And there was a shared bathroom that had 2 doors. You know, when you come in you can go in from either way. My mom told us years later that, one night, she was reading her Bible. I get the feeling she was having things happen to her. They always did, but I think things were still happening to her at that time. And she started reading the Bible more frequently. That one night, she said her bed shook. I mean, it shook. That happened to her in that bedroom. Now, years later, we all kind of switch bedrooms, and the two of us already shared that big bedroom. One day, my younger sister was with her best friend in our bedroom, and they were playing and stuff. And then all of a sudden, they're hearing sounds coming out of our closet. Things kind of like moving. A belt moving that was hung up. You know, wasn't like on the floor or anything like that. They ran downstairs and said, "There's something in the closet." And I was like, "The bunker." I'm like, "Now there isn't." I went upstairs. I opened the closet. I see my belt hanging and, see nothing. And I said, "It's all good." I ignored that. One time, the three of us went to my younger sister's best friend's house. Her parents weren't there. But we went over and we watched a movie, ate popcorn and things like that. Now, Heather had a dog, so the dog was with us. We're sitting in a game room, and it was near the kitchen. But you couldn't see the kitchen from where we were sitting. I remember that when we came in and went in the kitchen, there was the local newspaper on the kitchen counter. So we're sitting in the living room, minding our own business, doing our thing. And then all of a sudden you can hear a sound of what sounded to all of us was someone picked up the newspaper and threw it on the floor. The dog looked and started barking. My sister's best friend wasn't "Oh, paranormal or whatever, of course. We didn't call it that. Back then we did. We figured, okay, something's not right here. Is it following us from our house? Going back to our townhouse. I remember the one time I was in my bedroom, and my room was always very cold. Very cold. I had closed the door, and I was doing my algebra homework. A few minutes later, my mom comes up, and she tells me to leave the door open because the room is so cold, to let the heat circulate and stuff, so it would heat up my room. So she goes downstairs. She's downstairs with her boyfriend and my two sisters. I'm the only one upstairs. I'm on my bed, sitting on my bed, looking at my book, and I can see that my door shut, but it didn't clasp or anything. It came close to closing, but it didn't. But it moved so quickly, it just went. And I looked up, and I was like, okay, my sisters are pranking me here, so I ignored it. Finished my homework, I went downstairs, watched TV with the rest of the family. And I said, okay. By the way, I said, which one of you tried to close my door? And they're like, what are you talking about? I said, Mom told me to leave the door open. She left it open, and I did. I said I could see that my door went to shut, but not all the way real close though. I would have seen someone's hand on the doorknob if they were trying to close the door. I didn't see anything. And they're like, Liz. And they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. None of us were up there. I looked at my mom because I know she wouldn't have lied. She wouldn't lie. And I looked at her boyfriend, and he's like, nope, nobody was up there. Now, when this happened, I no longer could ignore it. One Saturday morning, I was by myself at the house. By then, both my sisters had heard things upstairs. Like walking, I refused to believe it. That morning, I'm in the living room, I'm watching TV, and all of a sudden I can hear footsteps upstairs. They're pacing back and forth, back and forth. I ignored it well. Then it got louder, and I could hear it come and pace from that bathroom where there's 2 entrances. It was going from the hallway to the bathroom, to my mom's bedroom, back to the bathroom, back to the hallway, and I finally put the TV on pause. It would stop every time I would pause. I put the volume back on, and then this time, I put the volume even louder. The footsteps got louder, louder than the volume on the TV, as if it wanted me to hear it, so I put pause again. I did that maybe about 3 times. By the 4th time, I got really mad, and I got up and I went to the hallway, turned around to the bottom of the steps, and looked up to the steps at the top, and I said, "Okay. I've had enough," I said. "If you're here, then show yourself." I can hear the steps creaking, and I can hear each step that was being made. There was the creaking sound in, but you could hear there were footsteps. By the time it became down halfway, I was scared. I ran outside of the house and sat on the corner of my house, waiting for my mom and my sisters to come home. And when they came home, I told them. My sisters are like, "See, we told you. There's something here. There's something here." I believed them after that. Fast forward. My older cousin, actually, his name is Edwin. He always liked coming over and hanging out with us, and his aunt, my mom. If I was 12, Edwin may have been, I don't know, a junior in high school maybe. He came over our house and he stayed there. We went out when we came home. It was nighttime. The lights all over the house were on. You can see it from the outside. You can see the kitchen light. You can see the hallway light. And we saw the lights and we're like, why does everyone have all the lights on? And then we kind of looked at each other. Not my mom, but us sisters. And we're like, I bet something happened. So as soon as we come up the steps outside, he opens the door and he's holding a bat. And he says to my mom in Spanish, he says, "You have something here. There's something here. It keeps walking." We're like, yep, okay. That definitely confirms there's something there. We even had our neighbor 2 doors down. He came over one night. He was there by himself. We had gone out, and when we came home, Butch tells my mom, and we're standing there. We can hear him. He says, "There's something in this house." He proceeds to say that he's hearing footsteps. When you're talking me, my 2 sisters, my cousin, and our neighbor, that's 5 people that have heard things in that house. So, at some point we all moved. We got older and we moved and all that. And I was glad to get out of the house. That house really creeped me out. But it was a brand new townhouse. I find out later that my mom had sought some help. Not sure whether it was what I call some sort of voodoo person, some sort of witch person. I don't know, but something like that. What she was told was it was her, that something was following her. At that time I believed it, and I got mad. I'm like, it's your fault. It's following us. But quite honestly, like I said, I'm 56 years old and I still have things that happen. Not to that degree, but things that you're thinking, okay, well, did I just hear my son's voice? Or did I hear someone just call me that sort of thing? But not every situation of the paranormal is bad. There's good things, and there's bad things. If there's a story that you want to share with the rest of us, head on over to TrueScaryStory.com and fill out the form to not miss out on the next week's story. make sure you're following the show. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story, The Mistake of Never Saying Goodbye. Despite many warnings, Brooke and her friend decide to play with the Ouija board, a decision they would come to regret. My name is Edwin, and here is Brooke's true scary story. My name is Brooke. My first experience ever with the supernatural happened in Irvine, California at my grandma's house. My grandma still lives in the same house. She bought the house in the mid to late 50s. I was 6 or 7 years old. My mom and I were in the back room, watching Unsolved Mysteries. So it was pretty late at night. The TV was on. I was sitting on my bed. My mom was to the left of the TV doing her eyebrows. Very laid-back night watching the show together. All of a sudden, the sound in the room disappeared. There was no TV, no nothing. You could have heard a pin drop. I zoned out on the wall out of nowhere. This huge gust of wind blew all of my hair back. I look at the door to the bedroom. There is this huge shadow figure. No facial features, but it was the shape of a human. It was so tall, it almost surpassed the top of the door frame. After a few seconds goes by, it instantly realized that I had seen it. It turns and starts sprinting down the hallway. I jumped up from my bed, I run down the hallway and stop. I just knew not to follow it. All the way to the end of the hallway, out to the door. It makes it to the front door and it disappears. I'm standing completely confused. I go back to my room and it's as if nothing happened. My mom's still doing her eyebrows. The TV is still on. She didn't even ask me about what happened. So it was honestly as if time just stood still. From that point on, I would see things, hear things. We moved around quite a bit when I was growing up. And it didn't matter what house we were in. Something just chose to follow me. I would hear my name being called a lot of the time. It would either sound like my mom, or someone was trying to sound like my mom to get my attention. I would even hear my name in class in elementary school. And of course, as a little kid, you don't want to hear someone calling my name in the middle of class and draw attention to yourself. I didn't want anyone to think I was crazy, so I kept it to myself a lot of the time. But the experiences never went away. They slowed down once I hit my early teenage years, 11. 12, 13. But they never fully went away. Even to this day, I still experience a shift in the energy in the room and this overwhelming sense of dread. It didn't matter what house we were in. Sometimes it would happen during the day. A lot of times it was at night. Just this overwhelming sense of I'm not alone. Someone is watching me. Fast forward to middle school. I'm 12 years old. We're living in a townhome. Still in Irvine, but out of Grandma's house. Me, my mom and dad, my brother and sister. My parents decide that it's not working, and they tell us that they're getting a divorce. Dad moves out. He has his own place. That doesn't last long. And he ends up back at my grandma's. And he meets my stepmom. They get married. They have my youngest sister. And we move into a house in Northwood, not far from my grandma's house. At all this house. The first time that we did a walkthrough of that house, it didn't feel right to me. Downstairs, no problem. As soon as I went upstairs were my soon-to-be bedroom, my siblings' bedroom, and my dad and stepmom's bedroom was. I just had a feeling of I don't want to be here. This doesn't feel right. I ignored it. We move in. We're going back and forth, spending about half the week with my mom, half the week with my dad and stepmom. Nothing happened at first. It was a lot of feeling again. Dread every time I had to go up into their room, or even just walk past their room. I absolutely hated that feeling. I would ask someone to go up and close their bedroom door. I would avoid even looking down the hallway. If their door was open, it never gave me a good feeling. This was going on for a handful of months, and I felt very fortunate that we moved into the same neighborhood that my best friend at the time was living in. Her house was 2 streets up in the same exact neighborhood. We were spending the night at each other's houses. Every weekend, we would alternate and meet at the corner. Okay, whose house are we spending the night at tonight? A few months goes by, I keep having these feelings. I can't shake them. And her and I are having a sleepover at her house. I'm telling her about all these things, how scary it is, and I wish I could figure out what was going on. She laughs and she goes, "Hold on. I have something I want to show you." She goes to her bedroom closet, and she pulls out a Ouija board. I grew up in a very traditional Mexican household. Most of my family are believers. You don't mess with the supernatural, and you absolutely do not mess with Ouija boards, no matter what anyone tells you. It's not worth it. I always knew it was something you avoid, but we were teenagers. A few weeks later, it was my turn to host. Having her over, she brought the Ouija board with her. The light that I would use in my room had a dimmer setting. You could dim it almost all the way down to where it was almost like a very mild candlelight feel. We waited for everybody to go to bed and, of course, picked the absolute worst time. The witching hour, as they call it, to bust out this Ouija board. Her and I are sitting right across from each other. Our knees are almost touching. There's obviously space on either side of us. It's just her, and we have my light all the way on. We're sitting there, she takes it out, explains to me how it works. We both place our hands on the Ouija board. She's like, "Okay, what do you want to ask it first? Do you have an idea of what could be in the house? Is it an adult? Is it a child? I don't know. Let's just ask it if there's a ghost in our house." She says, "Okay." We put our hands on the Ouija board. She asks the question. The little piece starts moving. So of course I'm like, "Okay, you're moving it. This isn't really happening." She starts freaking out, and she's like, "No, I'm not moving it, I promise you. It keeps moving all the way to yes." I start panicking. I ask her to stop, and we sit there for a second. Clearly, there's something here. I'm not going crazy. What do I ask it now? She thinks about it for a second, and she goes, "Why don't you ask its name?" We put our hands back on. She asks the question. It slowly moves to GE as it's getting closer to the letter O. My lights dim by themselves. I start accusing her of moving it again. And she's like, "No, I promise you I'm not moving it." The lights dimmed on their own. It spells out Geo. George, maybe. We're trying to figure out what this name could be. Going back and forth, we're both a little scared. We put our hands back on the Ouija board. She asks the last question, halfway through it moving. The lights dim again. I feel this overwhelming sense of dread. That same feeling. Every time I walk past my dad and stepmom's room, before I can even say anything to her, there's this sensation between where her and I are sitting. We are not sitting alone. I could very vividly feel the pressure of someone's leg. Against mine, I get up. I run and turn the light all the way back on. She's full panic, eyes wide. Did you feel that I said yeah? What the heck was that? We are completely freaking out. Don't want to wake anybody up. The lights are on. She puts everything away. Went to sleep. Looking back, I realize now, the biggest mistake that we could have ever made is not saying goodbye. We go to sleep, I honestly forget about it. We giggle about it in the morning over breakfast. She goes home, we're back at school Monday. Nothing really happens. Halfway into that week, I get a call from her around dinner time. She's at her mom's. She sounds freaked out on the phone. She's like, "Hey, have you been feeling anything since our last sleepover? When we used the Ouija board, ever since we used that thing the last couple nights, I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, there's somebody in my room." Fast forward to a few nights later. I go upstairs, I get ready for bed, shut all my lights off, get into my bed, pull the covers up, close my eyes, and I start to settle in. Within 5 minutes, there's this ringing in my ears. Wasn't super high-pitched, but enough to make me uncomfortable. I sit up, get a little nervous, and I'm like, "Okay, you're making it up. Just close your eyes and go back to sleep." I lay down, I get comfortable again. This time, the ringing is louder. Now I feel this pressure on my chest. I tell myself, "Don't open your eyes." I could feel someone staring at me almost nose to nose. If I open my eyes, it would be right there. The pressure in my chest is getting heavier. I get the courage to sit up and open my eyes. There's nothing there. I had to sleep with my light on that night. And of course, my dad gets up in the middle of the night. And he shuts it off for at least 6 months. Any time that I had to go to my dad's and stay there, that would happen every single night. Unless I kept my light on. I kept getting in trouble for falling asleep, with the light on as soon as the lights would go off. This thing would be right in my face. When I was trying to sleep, I couldn't even use the dimmer anymore. They would shut themselves off. This started happening a lot. I felt so crazy I knew that my dad would be upset. If he found out that I brought a Ouija board into his house so I didn't say anything. My friend started experiencing the same thing. A few weeks goes by. I go to spend the night at her house. We are baking, watching movies, having a great time. Her mom goes upstairs to go to sleep. Her and I are alone. Her and I are starting to chat about the things that have been happening and the things we've been feeling. At the house, the only light that's on is the chandelier. She's like, "Let's grab our stuff. Let's go upstairs. We'll hang out in my room the rest of the night before we go to sleep." She goes up the stairs first, gets to the very top of the first set of stairs, and stops dead in her tracks, staring at the wall. I'm standing at the bottom of the stairs like, "What are you doing? Why are you not going to your room?" She doesn't turn around. She doesn't move. She doesn't look back at me. Nothing. She just says, "Don't move." I'm standing there terrified. What are we not moving for? What do you see that I'm not seeing? I slowly turn my head just barely to the left. There is this little boy sitting on the chandelier, legs wrapped around the bottom, staring at her and I. Do we run? Do we walk? "What do we do here?" I said. "Just ignore it if you give it attention. It's only going to get worse. Walk upstairs, don't look over that way again." Her and I start with a walk, and of course, it turns into a run. We're terrified. We get to her room, sweating, freaking out. There's no way that really happened. It didn't. Go spend the night at her house for a few weeks after. That she told me. There was a few other times after that. Incidents that she saw him. I don't know if ignoring it is what helped it go away for her. But after a handful of times, it stopped happening. I had a few more experiences after that. I just thought, this was going to happen for the rest of my life. I'd be in the bathroom getting ready for school. Someone would shake the door violently. I'm alone. There's no one there. Things like that happened for several months afterwards. A few more weeks goes by. My little sister was a baby at the time. It was just me, her, and my stepmom home, alone. She's upstairs falling asleep in her bassinet. An hour goes by, and she starts crying. Something woke her up. I go to look at the monitor. I see a hand gently patting her back. She falls back asleep. I'm like, oh, perfect. I don't need to go up there. My stepmom made it up there as she went back to sleep. She's fine. 2 minutes later, my stepmom walks in the front door from outside. I said, did you just come in from outside? Or were you upstairs with the baby? And she's like, no. I was cleaning out my car. I didn't say anything. I just sat there. I went back and looked at the video later. And of course, there's nothing on there. I have nothing to show for it or to prove it. After a couple days, I started really just trying to visualize what I had seen, to see if I could put together what the hand looked like, or whose hand it could have been. I remember there being this green emerald ring on the middle finger. That's the ring that my grandma wore pretty much every day after that experience. And seeing what I believe was her on the camera, soothing my sister, everything just stopped happening. I was able to sleep normally again. My friend wasn't seeing stuff anymore. I like to think that somehow she paid a visit, not just to see my sister, but to be like, hey, you guys don't belong here, move on. I actually found out from my friend, a few years after all this had happened, that there had been a lot of crime in our neighborhood. Prior to us moving in, there was a park right across from our house, right across the street, that you could see from my bedroom window. I found out a few years later that a man that lived in the neighborhood for several years took his life at that park. I don't know if because our house was in such close proximity to the park, if maybe there was just this bad energy from stuff that had happened there, or from what happened with him lingering in the area. But I can definitely say, I'm still a firm believer that stuff is real. I have not used a Ouija board since 10, and I'll never use one again. I definitely still have experiences. I'm about to be 32 in November, and stuff still happens. It's not nearly as bad as it was. I make jokes about it now. I feel like keeping it lighthearted. It won. Doesn't scare me. But it also doesn't welcome in the darker, maybe more sinister, spirits that could potentially make themselves known. The most recent experience I had was actually about a week ago. My grandfather unfortunately passed away early May. It was very unexpected. I took the loss really hard. I get married in a couple of weeks, and he was so unbelievably excited for the wedding. I was given some of his things. I just feel badly. Wanted something of his to keep around. I have a picture of him from barber school. He was a very proud barber for over 60 years, on the same shelf as his photo. I have a pair of beads of his that he wore all of the time. He loved to wear necklaces, and I have his hair cutting scissors. A week ago, I was getting ready for work, and out of nowhere, the light started making this weird buzzing noise and was dimming itself almost in frequency. There was no music on, no TV on. And I giggled and I was like, "Oh, Grandpa, you came to visit? I've been waiting for you." As soon as I said that, the lights shut themselves off and back on. they started making that sound again, and dimming in frequency. The more that I talked to him, the more the lights started doing that. They would get really bright and then really dim again. It was him paying a visit. I still talk to him every now and again, and the lights will do their thing. I'm sure a lot of that is just having his stuff in our apartment, but I definitely still have experiences to this day. I'm just grateful that they're a little bit nicer now than they used to be. If you have a true scary story that happened to you, and you want to share it with the rest of us, go to truescarystory.com and fill out the form. You can always reach out to me in case you have any questions. Anyway, if you like the show, drop some stars for us in the ratings and reviews. I'll be back next week with another story. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story Roommates. In a small college town in the Midwest, a group of roommates moves in, expecting a fun summer, until something unseen makes its presence known. My name is Edwin, and here is Brain's true scary story. This took place in 2020. It was in a little riverside college town in the Midwest. It was 5 of us girls who were just moving into a new college-style house. Some of us had already graduated from school, so we were going to just all be there for an extra year, whether that be working or just finishing up school. One of the girls of the house that we were moving into had already lived there for a few years, and we were all friends with her. 4 of us moving into the house were brand new. We moved in, though, mid-May of 2020. Unfortunately, we had left by the beginning of August of 2020, so it was short-lived. Just to understand the story, I will have to lay out what the house looked like. It's very important to know what levels, what rooms. Everything makes the story easier to follow. It was a 2-story house. When you walk into the front door, though, it was a stairwell that separated the levels. So if you went down the hallway, straight through the stairwell, it was a little hallway that led to the basement. The basement was just storage. Nothing really that important. When you walk into the stairwell, directly off to the right, there's another door that leads to the main level. And then obviously when you walk in, there's a stairwell as well that goes up to the upper level. That also has a door that leads into that top. On the main level, there are 2 bedrooms with its own bathroom and its own kitchen. And that's also where the main living space is, with the living room that we all share. Upstairs, there's also 3 bedrooms, and it does also have its own bathroom and its own kitchen. How it was all split off is also very important, of who was in what room. I had leased one of the rooms on the main level of the 2, and then there was the other girl who had lived there full time, lived in the other room over the summer. I had another job back in my hometown, so I was going to be traveling back and forth. So I actually sublet out my room downstairs to someone that I knew for that summer, just so it was paid for, and then I would just come back every once in a while to visit. Upstairs, there were the 3 bedrooms. 2 of them, again, were going to be there full time, and the 3rd roommate was not going to be there all summer long. So it worked out that when I would come to visit, I would just stay in her room so I had a place to sleep. Stay put my things while I would be visiting. In the beginning, mid-May. When we had moved in, everything was really fun. It was the beginning of 2020, obviously. So COVID was hitting. We didn't have a lot of options of things to do, so we spent a lot of time together. We watched movies and played games. One of the girls had access to the rooftop from their rooms. We would sit out there and listen to music. It started off really well those first few weeks. The The subleaser had moved into my room at the end of May, so I had gone home to start my job. A few weeks later, though, I had come back to visit and was staying in the room upstairs. The girls had mentioned some weird things happening. Nothing had really been off. No weird occurrences had happened with the tenants that lived there before, and we all knew them so. This was very strange that these things were happening. It started very small. That night, all of their doors were closed. So the two girls that were living there, as well as the empty room, all of the doors were closed at night when they would sleep. The girls stated that when they were sleeping, either trying to fall asleep, or they'd wake up in the middle of the night from it. They would hear humming coming from the hallways. They didn't specifically say if it sounded like a specific song, random little humming noises. That would be coming from the hallway, and then just go away and randomly reappear. The door to the empty room they did also keep closed. When they would wake up, the door would always be open. The weird thing about this, though, was that door was particularly hard to open and close, so it wasn't wind or something we could rationalize off. What would open that besides someone actually physically opening it themselves? Something that we still don't understand to this day is the only room in the house that has a padlock on it. Don't know why it was there. We don't know who had put that on there. And eventually, we did start. Sing it when the door wouldn't stop opening. And eventually, closing in the middle of the night. At that point, things were still fairly new. We were rationalizing off those little occurrences that were happening. But it just felt heavy upstairs. Whenever I'd walk around, I would creep around the corner first. Or walk really slow, like I felt like I had to establish and see everything in the space before I would feel comfortable walking into it. I just was so curious. I felt like something was seriously watching me all the time, no matter what room I was in. Bathroom, kitchen, it was bad. One of my first real experiences was while I was taking a shower. A lot of these events happen so fast, and it's really hard to always remember the order of operations. But this definitely happened towards the beginning, when I was in the shower again. It was the same feeling of being watched. I kept looking outside the curtains, and I know sometimes you do that when you're alone, and you kind of a little paranoid. But I seriously was looking out very frequently, looking behind me. I felt a little tickle on my neck, but I was again trying to rationalize that, saying, I'm in the shower. The water's running on me. I'm washing my hair. But I tried to end of that shower as soon as possible. Once I got out, I did bring up to the two girls that lived upstairs when they got home that I took a shower. And it felt weird, you know. I felt like something tickled me. But I think I'm just overreacting. They looked at me and they said, "Oh, we don't shower alone. If someone's taking a shower in there, they leave the door open, or someone's sitting on the toilet next to them. Because when they're in the shower and they're alone, or no one's near them, their hair will move. Like someone's picking up their hair, picking at it or rubbing their back. The shower, and this also happens to the sink, will just turn really hot, scalding hot all of a sudden, and they'll just kind of jump out of the water. They just will not be alone in that room." Their reactions when I had told them about the shower, and when they were explaining to me, you know, how they don't shower without someone with them. It seemed more matter of fact, like it was happening so often that they were like, duh, why would you shower alone? I was freaked out. and they were freaked out by all of the occurrences. But that was just something that had happened so often. I think they were just, unfortunately, used to it at that point. We were having a lot of fun together, so we kind of put up with it for a while. And they just brushed that off. Until it started to get worse. This only happened upstairs, so the girls downstairs really didn't experience anything. I'm not quite sure if they believed the girls upstairs, but I experienced it myself. With all of these things occurring at night, with the humming, the door opening. We started sleeping with our lights on. We tried to rationalize that. Maybe if we left the lights on, it wouldn't do those things. We'd trick it to think we were awake. One of my roommates in particular, Megan, had the typical college lights, the sticky lights that are around your ceiling, and you have a remote that turns them on and off, and they can change color. The lights would turn off, so you would try to keep the lights on to sleep, but they would just randomly turn off. She kind of tried to experiment with it, and move the remote that she had under her, or sleep with it under the bed. For some reason, if something's touching it, it can't. But she had done this, and the next morning, she woke up and the lights were turned off, and she had looked, and the plug from the wall had actually been ripped out. Something had physically taken the plug out of the wall because it wasn't able to access the remote. That she had to turn the lights off. That also happened in the room I was staying in. It was controlled by a remote. And it even was happening when we were moving in. We just thought, oh, these lights are broken. Why do they keep turning off? But we still don't really understand. I guess after all of this. But we think it might be related to what was happening in Megan's room. But we're not quite sure. At this point, we don't know what's going on. We have an inkling that it's maybe something messing with us, but we don't really know. We haven't seen anything. It's all been things that we've been trying to rationalize. Maybe bad plumbing, maybe bad electrical, maybe the house is moving, so the door is opening. But then, it started to become more frightening and obvious. My one roommate, Sarah, was targeted by these scary things, a little bit more than others. One of them was she was up in her room doing homework, watching TV, and she had randomly heard blood-curdling scream coming from downstairs. Just horrible screaming. Thought someone was injured. So she ran out of her room, ran down the stairwell, burst into the living room, and then went and checked on the roommates to see what was going on, and both the subleaser, as well as the other roommate that lived downstairs, were both just chilling in their room, watching Netflix, not doing anything. No noises, nothing. So that happened multiple times. You would be upstairs and just hear noises downstairs, and nothing would be there at all. We all had very vivid dreams as well. I was staying in the room that had the padlock on it. It was really hot, so I had a fan on. I had my laptop up playing some kind of show on Netflix. I was trying to fall asleep. And I did turn the lights off. My leg was sticking out from under the covers, and it felt like something was kind of tickling my leg. But again, I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was the wind of the fan, with maybe some leg hairs. I don't know, I tried, and then all of a sudden, it kind of became like scratch. So I immediately sat up, and I didn't even think to turn on a flashlight or turn on the room lights. I took a picture with the flash. I was going to send it to my friend, who was actually leasing that room, and I was going to send her that picture. And I looked at it, and there was a red scratch mark and a bruise, and kind of a little hole in my leg in that part. My leg in that part. I don't remember there being a bruise there before. I don't remember there being a red mark. It looked like there might have been a scab on my leg. That was kind of ripped off. It had scared me enough that I turned the lights on and was trying to sleep with the lights on again. Somehow that night, I did fall asleep. My first dream was me having a lake day with my family. We were all swimming in the lake. Some of us were outside on the dock, but most of us were swimming. All of a sudden, the lake had turned black. Everyone's eyes had turned black, and they just all had a blank stare and were going underwater. The family members, including me, who did not do that. They were trying to swim underneath their feet and pull them under and drown them. And I remember in my dream taking a t-shirt and trying to cover my feet so, like, I wouldn't get pulled down. Then all of a sudden it snapped, and I was in a field. It was a big, open, green rolling hills field, and I was standing there with a goat that was on its hind legs. Somewhere in this, the goat had assaulted me. I then woke up because I had wet the bed. I have never wet the bed before in my life. Adult life, middle school childhood. I even called my dad to ask. I said, "Is this a habit that maybe I'm reverting back to?" And he's like, "No. You never did through my college years. Never." Obviously, I was mortified. This wasn't my bed, so I got up immediately. I took all of the sheets down to the washing machine. I threw them in and I called my friend, just wanting to be transparent and let her know and apologize. And she said, wait, 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 back up, she said. What was in your dream? And I had mentioned the dream. And she said, Bryn, do you not realize that the goat is an animal, representative of the devil? And I processed that. I said, yeah. You're correct saying that. So from that night on, I never slept in that room again. I moved all of my things downstairs, and I slept in the living room. Even in the living room, though. Even though there was no really occurrences downstairs, the dogs that were my roommates would still bark at dark corners randomly. They would bark at the door that led to the stairwell. They would just bark at it incessantly at random, although those things would happen again. I didn't know if that was just dogs being dogs, but I felt a lot safer downstairs. But yeah, after that, nope, never slept in that room ever again. And I don't think anyone else has. None of our roommates have. At some point during all of this, I was at my hometown and Megan, my roommate, had told her mom, and her mom was concerned enough that she called the medium to try to come in to see if she could help. When we were telling the medium about what was happening, she said that it sounded like there might be two things there. She said she would be willing to help. And she did say, I want to do a drive by the night before, just to get a feel for the house, before I actually come in. She did a drive by and by the morning. She had blocked all 3 of their phone numbers and never got back to us. So at that point, we were kind of just on our own. We also did a lot of research on the house and couldn't find any dirt on the house. We couldn't find anything about any kind of weird offense, any crimes. The house was right next to a Lutheran church, so we have no idea if that had anything to do with it. The house was also under construction. On the external parts of it, they were doing new windows and new walls, so we were just trying to grasp at any, maybe, reason why these things would have happened to us. and no one else. Unfortunately, things did not get any better. They actually got more physical again. I had mentioned that I had a bruise on my leg. Sarah had bruises all over her body. I even mentioned when I woke up the next morning, "Look at what's on my leg," and she said, "Oh, I have those all over me." So she had bruises all over her body, all up her legs, her arms. One weekend she had left to go camping, and all of the bruises had gone away. When she came back within a few days, they were all back. They just felt something touching them when they would be sleeping. So both of them really didn't get a lot of sleep. So both of them were kind of just mentally not there for a few months. Sarah also had an encounter where she was in her room, and she was working on homework, and she had all of her things kind of spread out on the floor. She was just working, head down, legs crossed, leaning over, and she had a mirror, a glass mirror. So not one of the kind of plastic, cheap ones you can put over your door. She had a glass mirror that was leaning up against the wall. She had looked up at one point. She saw something moving, and the mirror was actually tipping over onto her, and she was able to catch it. If she didn't look and see it and catch it, it probably would have smashed over her head. The most concerning part of that, besides her potentially getting injured, was this mirror was leaning against the wall. If it were to fall, it should have slid. The bottom of it should have come out from under it, and should have slid and fell flat, but it tipped up and over, and she had to catch it to stop it. Megan, at night, had a few encounters as well of being touched, just like Sarah had this first night. It was most vivid for her. She was laying in bed, obviously had the lights on, and she could see handprints crawling into her bed, on her sheets. Once they got close enough, she could feel the pressure of the blankets getting tighter around her and on her. That happened more than one occasion. Soon, it started actually showing itself. But we still don't know what this thing really was. Megan one night was asleep. She had woken up because she heard something in the corner of her room. She sat up and looked, and there was a little boy standing in the corner of her room, just looking at her. She described him maybe as like 6 years old. Didn't really get enough of a look to get outfit or anything, but definitely saw a little boy standing in the corner of her room. She looked away, and it wasn't there. The door at the top of the stairwell. It started moving in the middle of the night, and opening and closing and knocking. Someone would be knocking at it, so they would start locking it when they would be home, or when they would be sleeping. And you'd have to use the key to get into the upstairs. Even when they locked it, the knocking still continued. But they started hearing, like someone trying to get in with a key. And one time, they actually came home, and Sarah had seen some kind of little boy moving around the key that had been in the door, and then it had gone away. So they had seen this apparition of a little boy multiple times, but again, the medium had said that it seemed like there might be multiple things, and these things were scaring us. It was like meaning to make us feel uncomfortable. So we don't particularly believe that. It might have just been this little boy trying to mess with us, all of our dreams, and just the horrible feelings we had. It felt like something might be acting as a little boy, or there might be multiple things that were there. We still to this day don't really understand why all this happened. We didn't really talk about it for a long time. I was honestly hesitant to come on and share it, because the people that lived in there before us never had anything. But ultimately, it became so overwhelming and furious, and just ultimately scary. They weren't sleeping, we weren't sleeping. I wasn't able to be in the house anymore. We all left the house by the beginning of August. We were getting subleases, and we all had different places to live. We're still not sure if. Maybe it followed one of us into the house. We're not sure if anything continued after that. We felt kind of bad about it, but it doesn't sound like anything happened to the new subleasers. But we did not disclose anything to the new subleasers. It didn't seem like it was targeting the people before, and we were so desperate to get out. I think they were a little suspicious as to why we were leaving so fast. I would be. But we were all able to get subleasers really quick, and we were able to move out, luckily, really quick. I don't think it's followed any of us afterwards. I think we've all been able to just move on. But we couldn't put up with what was going on. We were too scared that we did have to leave. To share your own story with our community, go to truescarystory.com. And if you have questions or want to get in touch, I'll leave my information in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story We Opened a Door. We couldn't close. We're about to hear a series of experiences from two of our community members. From Scary FM, from objects moving on their own, to a ghostly child that roams around at night. My name is Edwin. And here are Gabby and Mike's true scary stories. I actually grew up in the south side of San Antonio. I want to say this happened around the 90s or the early 2000s. I remember specifically a night that my mom's mom had passed away not that long ago. They were messing with the Ouija board, my relatives. One of my relatives asked my mom, "Hey, you want to play the Ouija board so you could talk to your mom?" My mom's like, "That's not my mom. That's not my mom." She knew very well what that game represents. She knew it was nothing good. It's like opening up a portal. We were renting this house from Mycia, which is my dad's oldest sister. Two of my uncles were drunk. Very drunk. They were sitting like towards the end of the yard. The dogs went barking like towards the driveway. And then like they came back with their tails, like in between their legs. And then like one of my deals was crashed out. And my other deal saw a lady coming through the driveway. The lady just kept walking. We had a large pecan tree for our house, and we had like a little cement sidewalk. And it was like a piece of slab of concrete, like behind our house, and she like disappeared there. And like he was asking her questions like, "Senora Al, you know, nothing, nada." My sister, she saw a white lady with a white dress. In the hallway of our house, they saw like a lady in the porch sweeping. My grandma, my mom's mom, she was a white lady with white hair, and she was wearing like a specific nightgown that she would wear. I remember they literally saw her on the porch, back porch sweeping. My grandma had passed away. In 2005, we moved out of there, the house that my parents are living at currently. One of my cousins had a Bobo home. She lit this mobile home on fire. I don't know why she did so. We got the house, we purchased it, and mind you, it was burnt. Like it was halfway burnt. My dad was working on this house while we were living there, like halfway. I remember we would take the pictures. You can see faces on these pictures. I remember one time I was laying down in the living room of that house. I literally felt somebody ran their fingers through my hair. We would hear our names being called, because I call my mom Ma. She would hear my voice, and I would be at school when this happened. they still experience stuff till this day. A few years ago, my little brother, I don't know what got him into getting into the Tadic stuff, but he started doing upside-down crosses, pentagrams, and they're like, I remember he had a devil head like a ball. I remember. My baby brother and my dad were cleaning up the bedroom where my brother we used to sleep in. They specifically threw that ball in the trash, in the fire. For some reason, when they went back inside, that little devil ball was inside, the same spot where my brother had left it. One time, my mom was washing clothes. I want to say about like 11. My sister, my brother-in-law, and my niece were asleep. My dad was asleep, so my mom was the only one that was awake. She literally saw a shadow, like pass by, and everybody was asleep. I remember my baby brother recorded some orbs floating in that house. It was a few years ago when he did that. It was very strange. My mom, she said that she would make dinner quickly for my dad, because my dad used to get out, like at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, because he used to work late. She would literally make the dinner at 4. As soon as it hits 5, she goes into her bedroom and she locks herself in, because she did not want to be in the kitchen, by herself. One time, my dad and my brother-in-law were coming home from work. My sister, my mom, and my niece were in the kitchen. My dad was coming inside, and he said that he heard, like an evil laughter, like very ugly. My dad goes, "It can consider your tan feel. What's he can? Who laughs so ugly like that? Who laughed?" My dad's like, you could hear like an ugly laughter. Mind you, my dad's a skeptic. He does not believe in stuff like that. My tia and my tio live in a mobile home. Apparently. It used to be like an Indian burial ground there. This was like a bad situation that happened in like my dad's side of the family. The kids were taken away, so it was my mom, my dad, my tia, my tio, my cousin. My dad literally heard a baby crying. But it wasn't like a crying, like sad, no. It was like a crying what? They take something away from them. Like you literally heard that coming from a bedroom. My baby brother, he said that. He had spent the night there with my cousin, because they used to hang out all the time. And my baby brother said that everybody went to sleep, and he was the only one that was awake. I think they were playing a video game. I don't remember, but he literally heard somebody say, "The one that has scared me the most is here. Is the one. I'm living here because I live with my in-laws. I was a part of, I want to say 7. 8 in the morning, my kids were asleep. My husband was asleep, everybody was asleep. I was the only one that was awake. So I make myself my morning coffee watching TV. I specifically heard footsteps, like coming from the hallway. I was like, waiting for one of my kids to come out of the bedroom. Nothing. Nobody. What my husband said that the nephew of his had saw, like a shadow. 'Cause my mother-in-law, she has pictures of my nieces on the wall, like up from their quinceañera. He saw like a shadow go by those pictures, from one end to the other end of the pictures, which very, very weird. I also saw a shadow person here. I was washing the dishes from like the corner of my eye. I literally saw like a shadow go to the hallway. I went to go peek, nothing. I asked my husband, I'm like, have y'all done like the research of this house? I'm gonna try to get my husband just to tell his stories. Mike and Gabby were both present during the recording for this story And up next, Mike is going to share some of his own experiences. We've been here for since early 90s, and I think this house was built sometime in the mid to late 80s, and we moved here in the early 1990s. I'll say 91 in the previous. Owner here was just some guy who owned a motorcycle, but he was here for such a short time. I don't even know when it even started. To tell the truth, maybe in the mid to late 90s. A friend of mine and I, he would stay the night every now and then. We were playing a PlayStation 1, just being goofy or whatever. So I hopped over the couch and I went to the kitchen. Got some Kool-Aid. It was a glass cup too. So I placed it on top of the table. There was a phone book there. So I don't remember if I was on top of the phone book or if it was right next to it. I just put my glass there, hopped back over the couch. Out of nowhere, boom. We both turned around. I thought you heard that. Oh yeah, it's obvious. So I got up and I turned on the light. 'Cause we had the lights off. I looked around. I think I put my glass on top of this book. And the book was on the floor, like the big old phone book. I was like, oh, I guess it's time to go to sleep. Let's turn off the game and go. I was in my old room and use the restroom. And the restroom is right next to my old room. And I don't know what time. It was super early, maybe 3, 4, maybe 5. I don't know, it's still dark outside. So I'm still kind of groggy. So I'm going to the restroom. And this is when you had those lights that, you plug into the on the wall candlelight kind of effect. I reached for the door, and the door was creaked open already. So it opened up just a little bit more, and I was like, nope. I just turned around, went back to sleep, held it till sunlight showed up. I would say this was probably around high school times, and my brother was sleeping in the living room. I went to go restroom or whatever. My brother was hiding in the kitchen, crouched down. Goes, hey, Mike. I was like, oh, what are you doing there, man? He's like, something is hitting the glass on the window. At that time, we had a past the backyard. There was a small, dense foresty, section of the field. I guess because there was the main road behind or in front of that. Now, they've built an Arby's or something right there. But a long time ago, there was this creepy forest-like area. It's so small, but when you go in there, it's so dense that it gets dark in there. It's so weird. So anyways, talking about somebody throwing rocks or something, tapping his glass, I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I heard it, and then now I squatted down. We're both squatting down, looking at this window, and I had a dog in the backyard, and he's not even barking or nothing. I was like, I don't know what that was. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go lay back down. You're on your own. So he's like, man, that's messed up. When our kids were real small, we would always get balloons, and I've always hated balloons. So we always had ceiling fans on all the time, and these balloons would always get tangled up. So another reason why I hated them, because I had to untangle the balloons from the ceiling fans. So one morning, my son, he wanted to have the balloons in the room. We're like, no, because we have a ceiling fan in there, but I kept them in the hallway. So the next morning, I was in the kitchen. How it looked out, the layout would be our room is at the very end. Then the hallway, so we have to go to that hallway. And then it attaches to the living room. And then the living room attached to the kitchen when you're sitting against the wall where I was at. I could see the hallway a little bit to my left, and the kitchen would be just straight ahead. And then, further down, would be another room, which we called the cuckoo room growing up, because it was always the dark room that now we converted it to like a music room, computer room, which one I'm sitting in right now. But this used to be the cuckoo room. So these balloons, we had them in the hallway, and I'm sitting in the kitchen. And one balloon was just kind of like coasting. And I see it, I was like, what? I could see it like, moving just one balloon. Hey, it's coming out here. The AC is not even on at the time that the ceiling fans are off. 'Cause I know they'll get tangled up in there. And this is when the balloons were like, kind of like not full, so they're not to the ceiling, and it wasn't depleted too much, but it was like at about half your height. And I'm just looking at it, I'm like, if it's gonna come to me, that's really weird. It was like just coasting. Coasting comes out of the hallway. There's like a slow turn coming kind of towards me, and I'm just like, spoon in my cereal in my hand or something. I'm like looking at it. It just kind of coasted to the Kokuryu room door and just stopped there. Gabby was talking to me and I was looking at her. It was also in the kitchen. And I saw somebody walking in the backyard. And I was like, what was that? And she was like, what? Screaming at me. I just bolted past by her, opened the back sliding door, and I ran outside. There was somebody just walking here. And like the description was, it looked like a female, because this figure has short shorts and like I would say a gray sweater, and looked like they had their hands in her pocket. They had like the hoodie on, but I couldn't see the face. And this was kind of like nighttime too. So it was dark in the backyards. We have a bunch of stuff that my dad has, and my brother has, over the years. Just sitting in the back, so in the darkness. If you were to just go in there, unknowingly, you're gonna trip and fall on something. So I ran out there like so fast, and I didn't see anything. And I was like, what was that? I saw somebody, and also when I went out there, I heard the neighbor's dog just started barking. When I was outside, I was like, okay, if somebody was out here, that dog would have barked. Why did it bark at me? There was these people across the street. They took a picture of their daughters. They were like, oh my gosh. They took a picture of a ghost. And I was like, what are you talking about? Let me see. They had a couple of pictures of our neighbor across the street's daughters. And one of the pictures had like this guy. He'd had like thick rim glasses, the white long sleeve shirt, and you could see it so clear, but he was transparent at the same time. And he was like walking up the street, looking towards not the girls, but like at the camera. It's so clear, but nobody knows who this guy was. Early too, when my space was kind of big, my sister would always add pictures to. And some of those pictures would be like viruses, so I had to do virus checks and stuff like that. So one night I was just sitting there for hours, and my sister and her kids were staying here at that time, so they're like sleeping in the futon. I'm just sitting there, on this laptop, and in the corner of my eye. I saw something move, so when I took another look, I saw a shadow. I swear it looked like a little child. Like child's height, like my nephew's height at the time. Short like a small child. It moved and then it ran into like a parent's room, or like that hallway where the washroom was at. Because during that time it was kind of a garage. But it was being built into those rooms. I got up and I was like, was that my nephew? I know he's asleep, and I was like, that's kind of weird. My boys were pretty small. Gabby and the boys were asleep. go to the hallway, go to the living room, go to the restroom, and I hear footsteps. It sounded like it came from maybe the hallway. Came to the door and I'm like, oh, it's probably the boys. They probably have to use the restroom or something. So I have to quickly finish my thing. And I hear run stop and then run back. Like maybe they got scared and ran back into the room. I come out, open the door. You know nobody's out there. I'm looking okay. That's weird. Go back into the room. And I go to my boys and see Gabby. And they're all asleep. I was like, what was that was so clear? Like somebody barefooted ran. Feet running from far away to close and then back. Told Gabby about that. She heard something similar too. And when our firstborn was small, right? I think we had the baby monitor, and it was kind of... Those things kind of sometimes work. Sometimes they don't, and I think we had it on. And we heard a baby cry from the hallway. And I was like, I think I heard him cry. So we ran over there to go check. And he was sound asleep. If he cried, he would have been awake. I don't think it came from the monitor at all. It's so strange. Everything that's happened with me. It's like I never really got scared. I guess I did. At first it was like kind of creepy. But now I'm like, I don't really care. But I always get real interested, like hyped up when something I see or hear. If there's something here, it's not harmful for sure. If you want to share your own true story, visit me over on True Scary Story. Links to. Everything will be in the description of this episode to get next week's story early and all of our catalog without ads. Try out Scary Plus over on Scary Plus. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story. A warning from my mother. What happens when eerie encounters refuse to be ignored? One man's life has been haunted by inexplicable events. But now, avoiding the supernatural may no longer be an option. My name is Edwin, and here is Andrea's true scary story. My name is Andrea. I'm from South Africa. My mom is the very spiritual one. And because I'm Portuguese, we are part of the Christian Catholic religion. She would tell me a lot growing up about seeing things, or giving messages, or getting messages from somebody, saying something is about to happen in your life. She didn't really influence me as much. And my dad also didn't quite believe in it, as much as what she did, but throughout my life, there's been a few small things that happened that I'd talk to her about, and then she would always turn around to me and say, "Yeah, you see, it's real." When I was 8 or 9 years old, just after my sister was born, we used to live in this very big mining house. So in South Africa, when you work for the mines, which is what my dad used to do, they would provide housing. Now, the housing that was provided was built back in the 1960s. And in this house, there's a lot of wooden floors. You could hear quite well when somebody was walking around through the hallways towards the bedrooms, towards the sitting room. It was quite difficult to sneak around the house. The first encounter occurred one night when I was taking a bath in my parents' bathroom. All of our rooms were on the same side of this house. If you walked down the hallway facing the rooms, my bedroom would be on the right, and my parents' would be on the left. The bathroom would also be on the left, but it would be just before my parents' bedroom. I was taking a bath in their bathroom this one evening. My dad was working late due to some incident that happened at the mine. I was playing with my toys in the bath when I heard footsteps coming down the hallway. I could tell that this was my mom walking towards the bedroom. When I saw her walk past, I greeted her and kept playing, thinking everything's normal. She went to fold up laundry in the bedroom. After a few minutes, I heard heavier footsteps coming down the hallway, so I shouted for my dad, thinking that he had arrived home safely. My mother shouted from the bedroom saying, "No, your dad can't be home because he hasn't called me yet. He's still underground dealing with the incident." So I thought that was strange, but carried on playing anyways. And then I heard footsteps coming down that hallway, towards the bedroom again, still sounding heavy. So I thought again that it was my father. I shouted to my mom that, "Hey, Dad is home." But she shouted at me again, saying, "No, he's not home. She still hasn't received the call. He's still at work. He's still underground." Right after she told me that, I heard the footsteps coming towards the bathroom again. But it's as if they were going to walk across the entrance to the bathroom. So I waited, and I looked to see if there was anyone coming through. But I didn't see anyone. The footsteps stopped, and I was looking at the hallway and didn't see anybody there. I faced basically the bathroom door, which was open, and it looked like some weird black cloak disappeared behind the bathroom door. As I was looking at it, I freaked out. I shouted for my mom to come get me. I told her what had happened, so she came running. I kept staring at the door. When she came in, I pointed to the door, trying to explain to her what I just saw. And then she just told me that if I ever see darkness, or see anything that's out of the ordinary, I must pray. She would always be watching over us, with regards to the spiritual world. You know, the paranormal. And sometimes she would even tell us things that either hasn't happened yet, and then it would happen, or you know something that we wouldn't have told her, but she knows about it. It's actually frightening sometimes. I'm even getting goosebumps right now, thinking about it, and I have a funny feeling that when I am done here, I'm gonna probably get a phone call from her, saying that, "No, were you talking about me?" 'Cause stuff like that happens. It's weird. This was a few months later. I used to have a pet hamster named Alex in my bedroom. If you go straight into my bedroom, my bed would be on your left. Then I would have a desk at the end of the bed, and then I would have this huge window facing our back garden. While I had my hamster Alex, I had him in a cage, and the cage was always on that desk in front of the bed. When I tried to go to sleep during the night, I would hear the squeaking coming from his little wheel that he would run on. I think it was a few days before the event. He somehow escaped from his cage, and he ran out of my window. We looked inside the cage. We could not find it. We searched quite thoroughly for it, and we just couldn't find Alex the hamster. Few days later, after he had disappeared, I went to bed quite early because it was a school night. I woke up during the night feeling uneasy, as if something is watching you, or someone's there in the corner, just staring down at you with this pressure on you. It's quite a strange feeling. I sat up, and I didn't hear my parents in the television room, so I assumed that it was late enough, that they were already sleeping. I tried to go back to sleep. I heard the footsteps coming down that hallway again. At first, I thought maybe it's my mom, because my mom would stand up, take the dogs outside for them to go and do their business, and then she would come back inside. But it would have been a bit strange if it was just her on her own, because normally she would have the dog's footsteps following behind her. I just kept feeling like there was some sort of pressure surrounding the atmosphere in my room. But I heard the footsteps, and they started getting closer to my bedroom door. my bedroom door would normally be closed enough that I could still have a bit of light. Coming from the hallway, if somebody turned on the light, but there was no light at all. So I know for a fact that it wasn't my mother. Then the feeling of a supposed anxiety got worse. The footsteps kept coming, stopped right outside my door. Something pushed my door lightly so that it could open a bit. And I saw it opening, and I thought, okay, you know what? My mom is just checking up on me. She's making sure I'm sleeping. Because it is a school night, but nobody poked. Head around to see me nothing. And I began to hear my hamster's wheel start squeaking, as if he was running on it, but running super fast. That's when I just freaked out. I threw the blanket over my head. I screamed out in terror. When that squeaking got so loud, it's as if it was right next to me. Mother came running from her bedroom, asking me what's happening. Stopped. We checked the cage. No hamster. After that event happened, we went outside of our front door. So the front door, to the whole household, was actually quite close to where my bedroom door was. So I always thought that he escaped through the window and into the garden. And the next day, I found him in the garden, right in front of the front door, which was amazing. He came back. My mom said that something was kind of affecting me, so she said that we need to call somebody to come and cleanse the house, to get the house clean. But my dad was always very against the idea. This would cause quite a lot of fights between them. Money wasn't a problem for us. We were very fortunate. But my dad was always under a lot of pressure at work. Whenever he got home, there would be quite a lot of negativity from his side, because his work was not easy. Especially for the mines in South Africa. It's quite a difficult job to do. So he was under a lot of pressure all the time. Because of that, my parents used to fight quite a lot. So I could hear them sometimes screaming at each other, shouting. My dad would be the first one to really raise his voice. But my mom used to keep saying this thing to him of, "You are bringing such negative energy into our household, and it's affecting your son. So that's basically affecting me." We moved around quite a lot because of my dad's work. So we moved into this brand new house. We had an upstairs and a downstairs. This is why. This makes these events a bit strange for me. Because nobody has lived in this house at all. We were the first family to live in this house. This was about 2 years after my sister was born. This one night, my sister and we were downstairs. My sister was sleeping on a 2-seater couch. Opposite me and I was on the other. Similar 2-seater couch watching TV. My sister's sleeping. She's tossing and turning a little bit, but nothing is bothering her as much. Next, out of the blue moment, she wakes up, she looks at me, and as if it was a ticking time bomb, she just started screaming, as if somebody was physically hurting her. So I got up, I ran to her, and I tried to calm her down. And a few moments later, my mother came down, asking, "What did I do? What did I do?" So my mother came, picked her up. She calmed her down. And then my mother sat on the couch with my sister, and everything was fine. We carried on watching TV. My sister fell asleep. My mom's arms. My mom put her down next to her, just to give her a more comfortable position to lie in. After a few minutes, once again, out of the blue starts freaking out. Just didn't make sense. But she did this thing where she would sit up. She starts screaming. But then she's pushing something in front of the couch. She's like extending her arm away, as if something is attacking her from under the couch. So she just kept extending her arm, trying to push something away. We are going towards her. My mom picks her up, and she's still got her arm extended, pushing whatever it is. We both freaked out by what's happening. So my mom just takes her starts praying. Still don't know what happened. But my sister talked about it later on, when we got older, and she says no. She remembers that. It was these black dogs trying to attack her. They were trying to drag her away. That's what she remembers. That's so quite strange. Time passed. We still in this new house. I'm sleeping in my room if you climb up the stairs. The first door directly in front of you was the entrance to my bedroom. Left was the office/study room. And then on the other side of that was my parents' and my sister's bedroom. I fell asleep that night and woke up with that same uneasy feeling I had in the other house. I'm lying down facing the entrance, and I can see my cupboards, where my clothes and toys used to be packed away. And I saw that my middle cupboard where my toys were was left open, which is a very strange thing to happen, because every time I went there to put on my clothes, before climbing into bed, I was taught from my parents that I must always close a cupboard and don't leave it open. I could see like an outline of the shelves, and it was very bright, like white. So even though it was dark, you could still make out a little bit of the shape of the shelves. Once I saw that, there was kind of like a weird cloth that I saw in the previous house, coming out of the cupboard, but sloping downwards like smoke. If you've ever seen cold vapor, whatever flowing down the shelf. If you open the freezer during a really hot day, and you see that vapor just crawl underneath and fall straight down because it's cold. It was like that, but it's black. I tried to close my eyes, didn't want to look at it, but I looked at the cupboard again, and that's when I saw these two. Bright red eyes looking at me, and I jolted awake, like your body just jumps up from, as if you got a fright when you're falling. Screamed my lungs out. Even our house alarm went off, which was also strange, because nobody was at the bottom story, or the downstairs area. It's almost as if the alarm went off at the same time as I did. My mother ran in. She said her famous words. "Okay, just pray. I told you, if you see that, you need to pray. Don't let it in." But I was just so freaked out. I didn't think of doing that stuff. The same house again. I think I was lucid dreaming. You can't move your body at all. You can move your eyes, but you can't really move your body at all. So I think in this evening, that's what was happening to me. So I was sleeping and woke up very late in the morning. Can't remember the time, probably off to about 2 a.m., and I couldn't move my body as if it was like... With an instinct, I looked at the cupboards, where I saw that shadow face thing with the red eyes. But my cupboards were closed. Didn't see anything. So I thought, okay, I'm safe, I felt comfortable. Then I decided to look at my bed, my headrest. That was a big mistake. So I saw this face, like a face that had a mask above my head. It started forming, but it did it in such a way that it's like it just starts appearing out of thin air, solidifying this very vivid, detailed image of a face in front of you. I don't know whose face it was, because it looked like it was wearing a mask. I freaked out. I felt this heavy pressure. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move, but I tried to see if I could wake my body up. I kept trying to move. It still kept coming towards me after it had formed. Eventually, I got feeling in my body and I punched at the face, kind of like a fight or flight response. I remember seeing my arm going through it before he disappeared. Since then, if I ever have like a lucid dream or if I'm ever awake, but I can't move my body, I will keep my eyes closed because I don't want to see that again. There was just such a horrible pressure after that, and I think that's why I just tried to fight it. My mother would always try and be in control, and she would always cleanse, even if my dad didn't believe it. She still did it because she believed that it was, like, very important, and she would always protect us. My grandparents are from Portugal. My uncle, my mom's brother, he passed away when he was 24, and my uncle was buried there. So when we went to visit, we stood on top of his grave, and since that first time, I always have, like, a comfortable feeling that he's around me. You know that I know everything is fine. And my mother says that he is always around the kids, always around my sister and I. He is our guardian angel. He is protecting us. And I think that's sometimes why I see things, even if I don't believe them. I will still experience small things. My mother is quite a big role in all of this stuff because of her being more religious. So everything, ironically enough, kind of ties around her. I used to have an ex-girlfriend in high school. Her mother passed away when she was about 3 years old. So she hasn't had a mom for many years. It was quite sad, but, you know, she carried on. So we started going out. She used to tell me about her mom, and, you know, I used to see her. Pictures of them when my ex was a little baby, with her mom on her mom's lap. What happened with this story was, she told me about her mom, and she would sometimes have quite vivid dreams, as if her mom was still around her. I always thought, I don't think there's anything there. Maybe there's no meaning to the messages that your mom's trying to give you in your dreams. So she would say that her mom in her dreams would say, no, that she's found someone that she can talk to. And I thought, okay, that's very weird. Then she says that her mom felt a pulling force towards another person. It wasn't me, because I didn't really feel anything change, and nothing happened to me specifically. However, because we were going out, and her mom kept telling the daughter that, oh, I'm feeling a pulling force. She was actually feeling that pulling force to my mom, so I disregarded everything she said. But a week after that, my mom says, listen, she's not feeling well. There's someone that is bothering me when I'm trying to sleep, and I asked my mom, what do you mean I don't understand? Who is someone? So my mom says no. She woke up, she saw this lady talking to her, and she wanted my mom to try and communicate with her daughter through my mom. She kept bugging my mom for 2 nights, and my mom eventually had enough, and she came to me and said, listen, I need to have a talk with this girl. I need her to come over now. I need to sit down, because this lady is bothering me the whole time. I cannot sleep, it's messing me up. So much so that my mom even looked sick. My ex came over, we sat down around a table. My ex didn't have to say anything. My mom told her everything about her mom, how she passed, why she wants to communicate with her. She wore glasses, a specific accessory that you need for every day. So she says no. She wore these black glasses, and she did this. And these are the common things that she would want you to remember her for. And my ex broke down in tears, saying she can't even explain, because she never told me all of those details to me, so that I would tell my mom no. My mom knew all of this stuff all by herself. That was very scary. Still, these things happen. And my mom still says you are sensitive to it. Even if you deny it, you still gonna see it because you're sensitive to it. But I don't know, I'm 27 years old now. It's freaky that it still happens. You know, they say that dogs can see this sort of thing. We have a little pickiness. Sometimes during the night, he stares at the door and he barks and he doesn't stop. This one last event happened about 2 weeks ago. I normally set my alarm for 5 a.m. or 5 a.m. so that I can drive to work, because it's about an hour's drive. But what happened this morning? I forgot that I actually switched it off. So my first alarm went off. I would normally snooze it. Then my second alarm would go off 30 minutes after the first one. But this morning I switched both of them off. Don't know how, but that happened. Now it's 6 in the morning when I always leave for work. I was in dreamland. I heard this scream. Like this loud shout as if it was right in my ear. That woke me up, and you wake up. You get a fright, you trying to catch your breath. That's how I was. I thought, what's happening? Is it my girlfriend? Is she okay? Because we live together. So she's next to me. So I thought, oh, maybe she screamed no. She's passed out. She's not even facing my direction. Whatever it was, woke me up at the exact time that I had to go to work. So then I phoned my mother about this, and I told her the story of what happened. As I'm telling her the story, she tells me no. I'm getting goosebumps right now, just hearing you. Tell me about this woman that screamed. And then she starts asking me questions like, was she old? Was she young? I said to her, I don't know. I can't really tell how. The difference between an old and young scream, but it's a scream. And then she tells me it's weird that it's a woman, because it would sound maybe like your uncle and not somebody else. So then my mom says, listen, you need to be careful because it would be, maybe possible that it's your uncle. If it's a man's voice, but if it's a woman, maybe it's something else. So be careful. Do you know of someone who has a true scary story that takes place in the woods? Let me know by going to truescarystory.com and to get in touch or join our Scary Plus members that get to listen ad-free. Check out scaryplus.com or get in touch with me if you have any questions. I'll leave links to everything in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story, 3 Chilling Paranormal Encounters. My name is Edwin, and here are Diana's, Vanessa's, and Adrian's true scary stories. Growing up when I was little, we used to go to Mexico every summer. We are from the state of Juarez, Mexico. My grandparents used to own a plot of land. Technically, they still own it, but they passed away a few years ago. And so my aunts and uncles still live there. There's about 5 houses on that plot of land. Their main house and then the other 4 houses. My family's land is actually built on top of a cemetery. And so there's always been different stories of things that they've seen, things that have happened. My dad owned the house that was located nearest to where you know this cemetery is. They would always hear banging on the walls. My mom, who is a non-believer of anything paranormal, one time stayed there, and she was woken up in the middle of the night with banging all on the walls, and it wasn't just on once, it was just all over the house, just banging all over the house. During breakfast time with everybody around, she's like, yeah, you know, I didn't get good sleep last night because there was banging on the walls, you know. Maybe something happened with the neighbor and she was using the hammer. And they're like, no, that's actually very common in that house. As a matter of fact, you know, my other uncle who lives a house over has also heard those bangings. And so he came out in the middle of the night to see who was, you know, causing chaos out there He brought some type of weapon out with him, just to make sure he had, something to protect himself with, because he really thought it was a person. And he said he went all around that house and did not find anybody there. My grandma had gone to a flea market out in Mexico, and she bought a dresser with an attached mirror to it at this flea market intended for my uncle. She took it to my uncle's house. They had it set up some time passed by. One night my uncle was asleep and something woke him up. He felt this uneasy feeling, like somebody was just looking at him. He woke up, and he was kind of scanning the room. It's dark. He can't really see anything. He's still half asleep, and in the corner of the room, he sees a little boy who's about anywhere from 8 to 10 years old. He's just looking at him, and he tries to call out to him to get his attention. Little boy is not moving. He's not doing anything other than just staring at my uncle, so my uncle decides to grab, like his cover or a pillow to throw at him to. Get a reaction out of this little boy to see what are you doing in my room? The little boy jumps from where he was to the dresser and disappears into the mirror. Fast forward maybe the next summer. My adult cousin and her son, who was at the time around that same age, went to Mexico to visit for the summertime. We all know we all go back home to visit for vacation. My uncle lends her his room so she could sleep in there with her kid in the middle of the night at around the same time. Her little boy starts shaking her mommy. Mommy, mommy. Wake up, there's a little boy. Oh, mijo. Go to sleep, go to sleep. You're dreaming, there's nothing there, mommy. Mommy. There's a little boy, and he's smiling at me, and his teeth are ugly. No, mijo. There's nothing there, go back to sleep. Finally, he gives up, and he goes back to sleep. During breakfast the next morning, my cousin is complaining of how tired she is because her little boy didn't let her sleep. And they are telling this story to my uncle, who's in a house that belongs to, and my grandma. And so my uncle and my grandma kind of just stare at each other because they know what happened to him. She goes on to tell them that, yeah, he kept trying to wake me up, that there was a little boy in the room, and that the little boy was smiling at him. And my uncle is like, well, that kind of happened to me too. He proceeds to tell her his story. Needless to say, my cousin and her son did not sleep there. The following night, that same dresser and mirror ends up in the possession of an aunt of mine here in the United States. My aunt, very superstitious. She had gone to see like a witch doctor at this time. The mirror and the dresser are put away in the garage. She knows the story of this mirror. Why she has possession of this mirror, I don't know, even though she knows the story. Anyway, she goes and sees a witch doctor for unrelated reasons. And this witch doctor gives her this little blanket, which is like a little pillow. A green one and a red one. One was intended for like luck, and the other one was intended for money. And she always carried these little pillows with her, in her purse. One day she was rummaging through her purse, and she notices that those pillows are gone. At the time, my aunt had, teenage sons. And so she kind of confronted them about it and was like, hey, you guys were going through my purse. My little pillows are gone. Why were you guys going through my purse? They all deny. They're like, no, Mom. It wasn't us, we didn't do anything like that. They end up finding those pillows by the mirror, in the garage, and no idea how they got there. Once that happened to her specifically, That's when they're like, okay, no, we need to get rid of this mirror. Something is wrong with this mirror. We got it at a flea market. It's in Mexico, so something or somebody must have done something to this mirror that, would have caused, this little boy to get stuck in there. And so ultimately, that's what led to their decision to get rid of that mirror. Everything stopped, there was no other occurrences with a little boy or anything going missing after they broke it. Essentially, we've always been scared that that land was built over a cemetery. Because there's been other, small occurrences that have happened, but I think that's the creepiest one. This took place May of 2015. Me and my husband were going to New Orleans for the first time. We have a timeshare thing, so we were able to get a 2-story room. We were going to be there for 2 whole weeks. For whatever reason, they would not let us stay in the same room. For both weeks, we had to stay in one room for 1 week, and then they had to check us out and put us in another room for the second week. This happened the last Friday that we were there, on the first week, if that makes sense. When checking into the room at first, you're looking at it and it's so cool. It totally looked like what you would think New Orleans would look like. It had brick wall. There was weird kind of paintings in there. And I remember even walking in there. I was taking pictures and showing the video and everything. Walking throughout everything. I remember walking upstairs and getting I don't know about this. I brush it off. Because we were new arrivals for the first time. I was super excited. There was a second room in there too. I just didn't like it. I don't want to be in here by myself type thing. The last night that we were there in the first room, I knew that I was dreaming. Because I remember we were in the master bedroom. Like I said, this was like a 2-story room. I remember sitting up in my bed, and I kept hearing things. I felt like it was cabinets opening and closing. Opening closings and doors. Opening and closing, opening and closing. I knew no one was in our room. It was just me and my husband. I knew my husband was in the bathroom. I don't know how I knew that, but I knew that my husband was in the bathroom. I was sitting in bed, and I asked, "Hey, are you not hearing this?" When I said that, I felt something pull my leg. I freaked out. All of a sudden, I felt like someone grabbed both my ankles and pulled me down. When they pulled my ankles down, I lay flat on my back on my bed. When I woke up, I couldn't move. I couldn't move at all. The only thing I could move was my eyelids. I was like, what is going on? I was in the exact same room we were sleeping in. So the first dream took place in the room. When I woke up and couldn't move, I knew I was in the room, and I knew. I could see my husband laying right next to me, in arm's length. All of a sudden, I remember 2 different things or entities. I don't know what they were, but I felt one hand on one shoulder and another hand on my other shoulder. They were holding me down. It wasn't hard, but I could feel them hold me down. The only thing I can remember is them looking, like the Monet painting of the screaming person. All I saw was they were misty, and all I saw was 2 eye sockets and a long face. I couldn't move anything but my eyelids. For the life of me, I just wanted for him to wake me up, because he was right next to me in bed. All of a sudden, I hear both of those entities. In my voice, in my own voice. I felt like they were making fun of me. I felt like they were mocking me. Like, how you can't talk, how you can't talk. I could feel myself wanting to cry. I just closed my eyes. I was praying to Jesus. I was praying to God, Holy Spirit. I was praying to everybody. My dad had passed 3 years prior. So I even called out to my dad like, "Dad, if you can hear me, please." I had called out even to my grandfather, my paternal grandfather who had died in 2012. I was like, "Please help me, please." As soon as I called out to my grandfather, within maybe 10 seconds, I woke up. I was able to wake up. I immediately woke up my husband, and I was like, I just had a bad dream. I didn't want to tell him everything, because I knew he was dead asleep. So he just comforted me. But I ended up praying for the next 20 minutes, and just thanking God that I was able to wake up from that dream. That was the scariest thing that I ever experienced. I ended up telling my mom at least a year later. She freaked that she was like, "What? Oh my God, I can't believe that happened to you." She totally believed me though. She's like, "I'm sorry that happened to you." I remember the resort that we were staying at was called the Quarter House. It was built in 1830. I know it was really old, and I thought that was really cool because I was like, oh my God, we're staying in a fairly old building. I love history of stuff, but I did not think that that was going to happen. I just thought it was cool because it was really old. If I would have known it was haunted, I would not stay because I'm like such a scaredy cat. Even to this day, I have dreams within dreams, but they're not like that, but where I wake up like sleep paralysis. But I've had dreams within dreams. This happened to me 19 or 20 years ago. I'm 38 years old. I come from a Hispanic family, and we tend to be friends with our cousins because we have so many of them. I would hang out with a girl cousin of mine very often. One day, she invited me over. Her mom had got a new place. I hadn't been there. I took a bus across town to get to this address. When I got there, my cousin was there with her older sister. Right away, they're like, "Hey, glad you're here. We were just about to go to the store. Do you want to go with us?" I was done with the California heat. And I was like, "No, I'll stay here." And she says, "Great. My daughter, she's asleep. Keep an eye on her. We're just going to go to the corner convenience store. When we get back." They leave, and I stay there watching TV. As soon as they leave, the door closed. The little girl sits up and starts asking me over and over again, "Where's my mommy at? Where's my mommy at?" I would answer her every time. It's almost as if she just didn't hear me. Speaking to her, and would continue to ask. After a while, I just figured, I'm just gonna watch TV. Sit here, little girl, still asking me the same questions. But it could have been 15 or 20 minutes. I hear the metal door, it swings open. Makes that sound that you hear on these doors. Then I can hear the wooden door swing open. Then I hear my cousin. She's laughing, as if they're joking. She says, "Ha, Joanna." I hear what sounds like a plastic bag landing on a wooden table. The exact sound you hear of a cheap corner store bag. I look at the little girl, and I respond to her. "Your mom's home." I walk into the kitchen. There's absolutely nobody there. The doors are closed. Everything's closed. There's nothing there. I walk right back to the room thinking, what did I hear? What's going on? The little girl's still sitting there, but now she's staring at me. She starts asking me all over again. Where her mommy's at, she's probably asked me 15, 20 times where her mom's at. In the same tone over and over again. A few minutes later, I hear the wooden door rubbing across the floor. I hear my cousin again laughing, and I hear her say, "Ah." F in Joanna. I hear the bag with the soda hit the table. I'm too scared to get up. I sit there for a minute. I'm not saying anything to a girl. She's still asking me for her mother. All of a sudden, my cousin pops her head around the corner. I jump up, run to the kitchen, and I tell her, I heard that you guys came, but you weren't here. Both my cousin and her older sister just staring at me, like it's not a big deal. After I tell them what happens to me, they tell me when my mother gets home, we want you to tell her what happened to you. An hour or two pass. My aunt gets home and she's not surprised. She starts telling me that when she first moved into that house, my aunt, at that time, she was a single mother. When they first moved into that house, she would constantly catch her daughter in her closet, going through the boxes making a mess. My aunt, getting tired of telling her to get out of the closet, she tells her, "What are you doing in there? Why do you keep going in my closet? And what are you searching for?" Her daughter looked at her and told her, "The little girl is telling me that there's toys in here. That's why I'm in here." She tells me she spoke to the owner as she asked him, "There's been weird things happening in this house. Has anybody ever said anything? Or told you anything the owner himself was like? I've had a hard time keeping this place rented. I have heard some things I don't believe too much. I haven't experienced anything myself." He never stayed there. He said that. There was a family that had passed away in that home. A mother and a father, and they had a daughter. They had passed away in that house. My aunt lived there for a number of years. But one thing that had happened to my aunt there, she was dating a man for a while, and they would go out. Sometimes he'd go out on his own. She'd stay home. One night, he had gone out with his friends. She stayed home. She had work. She was tired. She fell asleep in the living room on the couch. Late at night, she woke up to the sounds of somebody getting there. She saw the figure of who she thought was her boyfriend, coming home from a night out with his friends. She said, "I just glanced and told them, 'You're going to sit with me.' And she gave him space at the end of the couch. She saw this figure sit down. Later on, at 3 in the morning, there was knocking at the door. She gets up, opens the door. It's her boyfriend, just getting home and being dropped off by his friends. I know other people that things happen to in that house. My sister has a story when she graduated high school. She took one of her high school friends to that house. My mother had gone to the casino with that aunt. This girl, she felt strange sitting in the living room. She kept glancing to her left, where there was a small bathroom. The door looked like it was trying to open. She couldn't hear anything, but the light was on, and then it was open. When she glanced back, the door was still open, but now there was a doll sitting on the sink, and face out of the bathroom. A lot of our family have known that things were happening at that house. I talked to one of my other cousins before I did this interview, and he was even like, "Yeah, everybody that's been there knows that. There's something weird going on at this house. Everybody doesn't experience the same thing there, but everybody there says that they can feel something there, watching you. You get this feeling as if something's waiting. It's waiting to do something to you." After that happened to me, I would feel uneasy in there. Years ago, I remember trying to look it up about the internet, probably 20 years ago when I was 19. I never really found anything. I know when I looked up the house, I know this house gets rented quite often because it's not a very nice house. Super tiny. It almost looks like a studio with an extra room. I don't think people stay that long. My aunt was one of those people. She was older. She believes in God and everything. It's where she's like, watch. Just pray. Things will leave me alone. But she didn't want to stay there. After a while, she felt like something was trying to be on top of her, hold her down. She needed a struggle, and she got up, caught her breath and stuff. Like that. I had heard stuff like that from that house. I remember seeing an old house being remodeled, our neighbor's house. There would always be stories about this house being haunted. They would rent it. I never saw anything myself. What made me believe, I think, if at all maybe people do sense things, is the neighbors would always say, this little house was haunted. It shared the property light with our house the day that we were remodeling it. I'm probably like in the 6th grade and I'm being nosy. I'm out there, all of a sudden I see that one of the contractor guys. He's like, hey, everybody stop. Go call the owner, because we need to figure something out. They're telling me to go away. I'm like, number. I'm on my property, you can tell me. Go away. Under the house that'd been in that house. They had a cement floor. They had to redo it, because they had cracked. When they lifted up the cement, I'm standing there when they lifted up the cement. There was a human skeleton. It still had clothes on, a flannel shirt and jeans. I remember clearly. I saw construction workers pick up the bones, throw it in the garbage, and continue working. The girls that lived in there, they would see things upstairs and hear sound. I don't know if maybe that has something to do with that, but that's what I saw at that home. When you're a kid, you don't think about these things. But as an adult, I can remember. Because it was such a big deal. Like I was like, oh, my God, they found a dead person. But when I think back on what they were doing at that house, when I tell you they found him under the cement, the foundation, they didn't dig. He was in between the poured cement and the dirt. It wasn't like an old burial site or anything. If you picked up a broken piece of cement on the street, it was like right there. I remember seeing hair. It was old, and it bunched up. Almost a red, brownish color. Like bronze. That's what I saw. So it was like the skeleton that's still. It had hair there. It had a flannel shirt on. Obviously all beat up and the colors faded. But the jeans, I guess I don't know. I remember seeing the jeans. You think stuff like that would fall apart. They had holes in it, but it was still pretty intact. I remember him reaching for the leg. I had jeans on, but when he pulled, the bones that you have in your waist area, you can see them separate. The long leg bone was still in the pan. So then, they had to pick up the bones individually and throw them away. I remember looking up that. But later as an adult, I didn't know when that house was built, even where to start looking to even think anything. But how many more people are under cement slabs somewhere? This house was on a corner lot. My aunt owned this property. These are older neighborhoods in Fresno, where you had more land. At some point, my aunt, or whoever owned the house before her, they had built a small studio apartment right behind her house and to the right. They built a 2-story, 2-bedroom. It was shaped like a little square. They had built that there. One of my other aunts was staying in the house, right behind her, and they were renting the 2-story one. The reason why they had lifted the floor was because apparently the foundation of the house wasn't sitting right anymore. There were cracks on the walls. The house was shifting, I guess. They had to pour the cement on the base floor of the house, rip up the old stuff and throw it away, and then pour new cement. I remember in their living room right there, where they'd sit and watch TV all the time, was where that crack was. And that's where the body was under that crack. The foundation cracked where that dead body was. Up next, be sure to check out my other podcast called Scary Story Podcast. And if you're into more historical and mysteries, stuff like that, be sure to check out Horror Story. I'll see you over there if you want to support the show. Head on over to Scary Plus, calm as always. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon, everyone. See you soon, everyone. Please listen to the story, If I Die Before I Wake. From shadowy figures and chilling whispers, to a creature running at her in the dark. Her childhood home was a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. My name is Edwin, and here is Caitlin's true scary story. I grew up in Ohio growing up there. I was always told that Ohio was the most haunted state in the U.S. Apparently, we had around 111 supposedly haunted locations. Basically, if you wanted an amusement park, you'd have to take a bit of a drive. But if you wanted a haunted location, you'd probably have to drive right down the road. And that was normal growing up there. I grew up learning about the paranormal. My mother even told me. I grew up around it before I was even aware. I was told everything about life and death, angels and demons, and my mom even gave me a teddy bear. That spoke a prayer. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray my Lord my soul to keep. And if I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. The prayers scared me some nights, thinking about why I wouldn't wake up the next morning. And some nights I felt protected no matter what. My mom told me stories about how someone in the family had passed away, and she used to wear cat-shaped glasses. Apparently during my birthday party, a balloon had floated to the ceiling, and I had pointed to it and said to my mother, there was a lady with pointy glasses holding it. My mother cried that day. I don't remember this event, but I remember when it first started, noticing that something was off. I grew up in a house that had 2 rooms. My parents had to sleep in the living room on the couch, while my siblings and I shared the rooms upstairs. Us 3 girls had to share a room, while my brother had his own. The house had 2 bathrooms, one usable and one not. And in the bathroom that was not usable, there is this huge metal thing in the center of the bathroom. My mom explained that it was possibly an old sewing machine that got left behind. But when I tell you that this room was made of nightmares, I meant it had cracked old tiles, 1 window, and no working lights at all. And it was always dark in there, just a room you did not want to go into. My parents did make it off limits, but children will be children. I remember laying in bed and being able to see that bathroom entrance from my bedroom. A part of me always believed I saw a figure in a top hat standing there. Imagine that as a child, a man figure, just standing at your doorway next to the bathroom. That always scared you. Along with this, my mother telling me, I saw a man with a large mark on his face next to my bed when I was going to sleep. I don't recall this either, but apparently I was very shaken by it. I started crying. My uncle was babysitting us kids. We were allowed on the computer for 30 minutes to play that one pinball game on the old computer in the dining room. I was a kid, so I was always losing the game, but having fun while doing it. But this night was different. I lost like any normal night. But a pop-up window had appeared, and I thought my game had crashed. But I don't remember what the message had said to me. I remember though seeing a pixelated demon head opening, closing its mouth while an awful noise played. It was dark and deep laughter that became so immensely and loudly distorted that you could barely tell was laughing. I screamed and ran for my uncle, who was already on his way. I was so shaken by this as well. I slept against him on the couch, to my favorite TV show at the time. I chalked this up to be possibly a computer virus. It was the early 2000s. Viruses were going crazy at that time. You see, I like to try to debunk it. I want to be a rational person. But sometimes, there are things that we can't rationalize. There's another time where I was walking down the stairs at night, and I saw a shadow of a man getting closer to me. But when I expect to see the man, as the shadow approaches, only my cat walks by instead with no man in sight. Another time, my dad invited his brother over, and as the adults played cards and board games, my sister and I were upstairs, singing to our Disney Princess radio. Out of nowhere, we heard a bang. Upon looking at the window, we saw a hand. The fingers and palms were all different colors. We could hear all the adults downstairs. My uncle, my dad, and my mother. We didn't own a ladder. And my dad and uncle walked around the house multiple times while my mother consoled us. That's when I realized I wasn't imagining things, because my sister saw it too. And from that point on, things got more aggressive and more terrifying, more physical. We had a small hole in the wall against the stairs, and for some reason, being a kid, I stuck a pencil into it. I did have an eerie feeling about it at the time, but blew it off, and then something grappled. I remember the pencil being yanked so hard, my body hit the wall, and as I yanked it back, whatever it was, yanked harder, until I eventually let go, because I was scared. I debated looking in the hole, but decided against it. Rats or mice can't tug on stuff that hard, and I can't rationalize it. Maybe my father was on the other side, working on the wall, but no. This hole was pitch black. I would have seen the exit hole had there been one. I remember playing patty cake on those very same stairs with my older sister. Suddenly, she did not fall. She did not slip. She got pushed and tumbled down 3 stairs. Her nose was bleeding, and my father immediately yelled at me, thinking I had pushed her. My big sister had defended me. She looked shocked and pale, but she never spoke about it after that. I thought that would be the climax of it all. But I was wrong, because this memory here will always make me believe in the paranormal, no matter who tells me. It was just an over-imagination incident. I know and remember fully what happened that night. When I was little, I loved snuggling to my mother. So, I would go downstairs and sleep with her on the couch. I remember being so happy and excited, like I always was when I got to sleep with my mom, after waking up halfway through the night. But going down the stairs, I stopped near the bottom. I thought maybe the dogs my parents had to keep for my dad's cousin was eating, but he was outside in the shed, where he could go outside and take care of his business, or go inside and sleep against this big Care Bear stuffed animal I'd given him that night. Cats could not make this noise. Imagine hearing someone eat sloppy. Messy, like whatever they were eating was something wet. Imagine foods like spaghetti enchiladas. Things like that, and someone wolfing it down, as if they were on a time limit. smacking lips, slurping, chewing with mouth open, mouthful type noises. But I knew this wasn't human immediately. I knew why. Because imagine the sounds with aggressive noises too. Grunts, growls, heavy breathing, and then, to top it off, I heard cracking, like whatever it was eating had bones. It was snapping, crunching, and eating it. I thought my parents had died. I had to do something. And in my brain, I had to see what was happening. What if my parents needed help? Looking back, I don't know if I was curious or just brave. I felt electricity shoot through my nerves by the sound alone. I don't know what made me investigate further. Other than my parents possibly being in danger, I needed to have answers. I stood in front of the living room doorway, trying to strain my eyes to see anything in the pitch black room. And I stood there without minutes, and then I heard it. A grunt, an abrupt, confused short grunt, as if it acknowledged me, as if it didn't know I was standing there. And I was caught at the wrong place, wrong time. There was this deafening pause. I couldn't even hear my heart pounding, but I felt it. My breath pitched. If I stayed perfectly still, I would be okay. That maybe if I didn't move a muscle, whatever this thing was couldn't see me or hear me. Maybe it would leave me alone. Maybe I could leave and get help or call someone. I don't know. All I knew at the time was not to move and to not make a peep. My heart, I'm sure, was pounding so hard someone could easily feel it. I truly thought this was how I was going to die. And then running. It was running. I could hear it rapidly coming at me in the darkness. I knew it was dangerous. I knew it could outrun me. I stayed perfectly still. My eyes kept flicking to the light switch in front of me. The noise was hypnotizing. Alone, it's all I could focus on. And then deafening as it got closer and closer. It was running on 4 legs. I could hear that much snarling and growling loudly. Again, I have no clue what came over me to actually move, but I remember why I did it. I can only describe it as a mother's love and a trust with her child. My mom told me multiple times Paranormal hates lights. She even gave me a nightlight in my room after finding out about all the stories. I told her I trusted my mother and I didn't know what else to do. Right as I could hear it nearing the doorway, I lunged forward and flicked the light on. Nothing. All the noises stopped. It was silent. My eyes adjusted to the light as I stared in every nook, trying to find anything that would scream danger to me, but nothing. Even as a little girl, I wanted to rationalize this. My father was sleeping on the floor. My mother sleeping on the couch, undisturbed. Both sleeping peacefully. No scratch marks in the carpet. An empty pizza box door locked. No animals' TV off. Remote on the side table, absolutely nothing. I turned off the light. I didn't want to wake my parents, but I stood there in case I heard it again. But silence. I ran over to my mother and climbed on top of her as fast as I could, burying myself against her body as I tried to sleep. And eventually, somehow I did. After that incident, all those things stopped. I grew up and never really spoke about it. Unless talking about paranormal stuff, I will always hold these memories fond in my heart. And despite growing out of these beliefs, I saw into adulthood. I will also always be fond of my mom's loyalty to her faith and teaching me it as a young girl to this day. She's still religious and speaks to me about that faith, I spoke to her about growing up in that house, where it all started for me. I wanted to hear her point of view, now that I was adult and I could understand better. I started off by telling her that my earliest memory I could recall was seemingly crawling on the floor, and everything had a yellow tint to it, and I was heading to a bowl on the ground, and I heard a high-pitched dog bark. She was shocked and confirmed that she remembered that day too. Apparently, I had a habit of trying to eat out of the dog's bowl, and the small dog we had named Sassy chased after me and actually tried to attack me over it. She was shocked I remembered that. It's what I believe my first conscious memory. I told her I remember other stuff and went on about the paranormal things. She 100% agrees with me. Her and my father, actually. My father, I don't believe, was a believer of the paranormal until we lived in that house. And she confirmed and stated, we lived in a haunted house, and that paranormal things happened to them as well. Remember, the man by my bed with the mark on his face and neck, earlier in the story. My parents believe that was my grandfather that night. My grandfather had a birthmark on his cheek, down to his neck. I saw the photos. My grandfather died before I was born. My father was only 17 when he lost him. That was really rough for my father. He was a hardworking man. He had 5 children. He was very work motivated. He was a family guy, and I wish I would have gotten to meet him. I really do. My dad always says he was like the father that you count on. You know, and my mother said there was a breaking point, and she was freaked out. That she came home and she was yelling at the house. Like just yelling like, we get it. If you're worried about your grandbabies, they're okay. Stop worrying about them. They're protected. They're safe. They're this. And just yelling out to any spirit that's listening, hoping it's my grandfather. And if she was able to tell him, hey, they're okay, stop all this, he'd be able to rest easy. I remember my mom explained to me that she went to a pastor to seek advice. I know. She told me that the advice she did receive did help. But upon hearing this, I wondered if my grandpa was checking on us, in the shadow of the man. What if that was him without me noticing? I wonder what he would have thought of me. And how did he truly come to visit us? If he were hurting about having to see us in a spiritual way rather than physical. I wonder if he still checks on us every now and then. I wonder if any of our loved ones I lost check on us, if they're able to, and where they are now. But one thing I cannot shake is that night. I can find comfort in my mother's explanation, but pushing my sister along with the memory, I can't forget that couldn't be my grandpa. And to this day, I don't know what it could have been. But whatever's on the other side, I don't think I want to know what it was. Now I'm all grown up, moved out of state, and I'm in a relationship. And despite these events not happening since then, in the back of my head, I always remind myself that. When I walk to the bathroom at night, when I'm home alone while my girlfriend's at work, when I least expect it as I enter a room, what if it comes back? To share your true story with our community, head on over to truescarystory.com and fill out the form. Everybody gets a response to get in touch with me. You can find links to everything in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story, Demon in the Barn, while exploring an abandoned farmhouse in rural California. 2 friends came face to face with something dark. an encounter so chilling that it still haunts them. Decades later, my name is Edwin, and here is Dory's true scary story. I grew up on my grandparents' and great-grandparents' property in the Central Valley of California. In the 1800s, my family settled there. I'm not sure how they got the land. I think they got it from the Native American Indian tribe. That was in the area. I think it was the Miwoks. My great-grandparents built a big, huge custom home on the property. Had peach orchards, then walnut orchards, almond orchards. Then my grandparents built a big ranch house on that property as well. When I was a teenager, we moved onto the property, onto a separate house next to my grandparents' house. So we spent a lot of time outside. I had horses and whatnot. Our property was 40 acres, and we were up on a bluff. The bluff overlooked the top of walnut orchards. So we would go down, especially in the summertime. We'd either ride the horses or walk. And we'd take this one road that went straight down, of almost a mile. And our property ended at the river, to a day where this story comes into play. This summer, my friend and I, we were going to walk down there just killing time. We usually went to the east. This time I said, let's go to the west. Because last week, when I was with another friend riding our horses, I rode past this old house that was sitting back off the river, off the road. You could tell from the road far away it's abandoned. I said, let's go check it out, see if there's anything cool there. So we start walking down there. It's a small little white wooden, one-bedroom little square house. Immediately behind it is a very large wooden barn. It was clear that this house was probably built like in the 20s turn of the century. It's an old dilapidated house. It's in the middle of nowhere. There's just, for as far as you can see in any direction, it's just orchards. So as we were approaching it, we were being kind of quiet because we didn't know if there were. Like any other random people out there. We were just two girls. So we wanted to be careful that we weren't going to bump into some scary dudes down there. So we kind of did a big circle around the barn in this house to make sure nobody was there. And we were quiet as we were doing it. This barn is massive, huge barn. The size of a 2-story building. But there was no second story in it. It was just really high rafters. The doors to the barn were slid open. There was probably maybe a 5 or 6 feet space between the back wall of where the house was and the back wall of the barn. And the barn was totally intact. There was nothing wrong with it. It was that thing was solid. The house, on the other hand, half of the walls, one half of the house. There were no walls left. Trees had crashed into it. Branches, the leaves were everywhere. The front part of it was intact. But the back wall of the house and the back, right side of the house, the walls were gone. But you can still see kind of the footing. 3/4 of the wall will still stand. We go around to the back of this barn as we were making our loop around to make sure no one is there. There's an old tractor, completely covered by the weeds and dry grass, 20 feet, 30 feet away from the barn behind us. As we're facing these barn doors, we're looking inside of it. You could tell it's not used anymore. There's cobwebs from ceiling to floor, dust motes floating through the air. It was late in the afternoon, sun shining through. Everything is covered in this real fine layer of dust. It's clear no one uses this barn. On the right-hand side of the barn, there was like a workbench that just had odds and ends of stuff that people just never used anymore. Old tools and cans and bottles, suitcases. Not a whole lot of stuff, but it was. There was nothing really of any value over there. On the left-hand side of the barn was big railroad ties. Those heavy wooden railroad ties. Probably 20 or 30 of them. But it probably took up. Like 15 feet long by maybe 4 feet high. They were just stacked, not very neatly. You could tell they'd been there for years and years. And years, cobwebs all over them, hay all over them, dust, and there were barrel hoops thrown on top of them, and pieces of wire. It used to be maybe a grape vineyard that was, in the empty fields that were around us. They also had peach orchards down there, so there was a lot of old orchard equipment, wooden things, and metal rings, and wire. And then, at the back, left corner, all the way up to, actually, the whole back wall of the barn, was hay bales that had fallen apart, and were just piled up there. It was probably 5 feet high, by maybe the width of the house. There must have been tons of bales of hay there, that fallen apart over 10 or 20 years, and it's just laying there covered in dust, covered in cobwebs. So as we walk through, we're kind of breaking through a few cobwebs, and I'm afraid of spiders. So I'm giggling about, I don't want to see any spiders. And we walk around and we're looking. Maybe we'll see some old, cool tool, or some old, cool bottle or something interesting. Fun old antique. What not to take with us. We walk around in there. We don't see anything of interest. And we walk back out. We go around to the front of the house. On the front porch is a whole bunch of old, abandoned washers and dryers. And from probably the 50s. As we get into the main part of this little square house, we walked into where there used to be a wall. But there was no more wall there. It was only about 2 feet high, like the foundation. And the bottom part of the wall was there. My friend goes in, and as we walk into the house, if we were standing in the dead center of this perfect square, we were both looking at the back wall of this barn, because there's no wall there to the house. The wall of that house was gone. To the left is a kitchen. You can walk into this little tiny kitchen, and then going on that side also is one little bedroom, and I stayed right where I was, in the center of this house, and I was looking at what was probably the living room. And there was no wall there. There was a pile of just junk on the ground. There's also branches, leaves. Everything kind of mixed up in this pile of junk. So my friend goes to the front part. She's looking through the other rooms, and I'm looking into this pile. And as I'm kind of using a stick, and I'm pushing things around to see what's in this pile, I see this staff like a walking stick. It's probably about 4 or 5 feet long, and it is intricately carved. Derek's carving over every inch of it. It's very detailed, ornate carving, and so I'm like poking it with a stick, looking at it, squinting, like, what is that? My friend calls me kind of in a panic, I startle and I go, kind of hustling back to the front part of the house, where she is. A lizard scared her or something. I said, come here. You gotta see what's in this pile. This thing's cool. So, we walk back to where I was standing at this pile. And from where we're standing, we are probably 5 or 6 feet from the back wall of the barn. If you've ever been in an old barn, or like an old wooden fence, you could see kind of through the cracks of the wood. Just a little tiny bit. You can see through the cracks of the wood. And so I get to that pile and I'm like, look, there's this stack here. I start poking around in the pile and there's nothing there. It's not there. And she goes, what? What did you see? And I said, there was this stick. And as soon as I started talking about it, there came a sound from inside that barn that was so deafeningly loud. It sounded like somebody had dropped a freight train inside that barn. The ground shook, and it was like whatever was at the back of the barn, where the doors were. It was like a train, or it was louder than a truck. It was whatever it was. It was so loud it was barreling into the barn so fast, so furious you could hear the wood flying. You could hear those barrel rings flying. You could hear the railroad ties flying. You could hear the hay, everything scattering in there. The walls were shaking. The ground was shaking. The air was just reverse. It was so loud, everything just moving in there. And then, whatever it was, hit the back of the wall of that barn, right in front of us, eye level. And you could just hear this guttural growl and breathing on the other side of this wall. And this wasn't a person. This wasn't a car. This was a sound that I can't even describe how incredibly loud this was. We're both frozen, staring at this wall. Through the slats of this wall, we start to kind of inch our way to the right, to kind of walk out away from this house. Staring at the wall as we do, you can tell something's on the other side of the wall. You can see it. Dust is kind of coming through the slats of the wood. You could see eyes through those slats, but you can't make out the shape. You could see something on the other side of the wall. It was dark black. The eyes were like a yellowish, then kind of red. As we started facing the wall, slowly inching our way out of the house, not taking our eyes off of this wall. It's still breathing and following us, and you could hear things moving on the other side of that wall. We come around where there's a clearing, and we take off running. We don't look back. We take off running, and we must have ran 3/4 of a mile before one of us just literally collapses on the ground for running so fast. We look at each other. We look around. Make sure nothing's following. Nothing's following us. We look at each other. What the heck just happened? And we start reliving and recounting what we saw. What we heard when we both first started talking. We couldn't believe what had just happened. Part of you wanted to say, this can't be what I thought it was. So as I start explaining what I saw, my friend Jennifer starts finishing my sentences, and I'm doing the same for her. Like, did you see the skin? It looked like it was leather. Did you see his eyes? Yeah. The eyes were red. What was that? We saw. Why was that so loud? What? How was that barn still standing? As we're sitting there, catching our breath, another friend who's like a younger brother to me comes up, because he was going down to the river to go fishing. He's like, "What are you guys doing?" We tell him what happened. He's like, "You guys are full of crap. There's nothing there. You guys are crazy." I'm like, "Dude, I am not kidding you. I have never lied to you. I am not joking." He was like, "All right, then show me." We get up. We start walk back there. I said, "I'll walk back there, but I'm not going in there again. I'm never going back in there." So we walk back over there, take a big wide berth around it, you know, but we go back to where the barn. I said, "I just want to see what." "You go in that barn and you'll see there is. That place is torn to shreds." So we get to the very back, and I'm far away, and I'm looking at the inside side of this barn, and it looks like exactly like it did when we first got there. There's still cobwebs hanging on the ceiling. Everything's in the exact same place. Nothing has been moved. No dust's askew anywhere. It's exactly the same. I tell him I was like, hey, go over there in that house and go look in that pile over there and see if there's a long stick in that. Set him in there like a guinea pig and he's stupid. So he went in there and he's like, there's nothing in here. There's just trash in here. There's old cans and like leaves and trash. And there's nothing in here. What are you talking about? I go back, I start doodling. Later that evening, I'm like doodling. Like I can't picture the images that were on that stick, but I've never seen anything like it. Later, as Jennifer and I talk about that years later, and for days after that, the only thing I can say to describe what we saw was a demon. I have a hard time telling the story to people, because no one's gonna believe you. But at that time, I didn't watch scary stories. I was raised in a very religious family. We weren't allowed to talk about that stuff, be involved in that stuff. Like it was not part of my world, part of just my experience. It wasn't something I was looking for, wasn't anything I was expecting. But I know what I saw, and it was from that point on that it really made me wonder what else is out there, because I can't explain what I heard and what I saw. Since that time, as an adult now, it has made me interested in what else is out there. There's something else that goes on in our world. That's more than just, flesh and bone. There's something else out there. So I've been interested in reading and